Along with those internet bids placed in advance of the sale, we will be accepting bids through our Heritage Live platform via live internet feed. Most all of you will be bidding with us via Heritage Live, and you will be communicating with Josie, here on my left, who will be bidding on your behalf. Sometimes a bid will come in from Heritage Live at the last minute due to limitations of an individual's computer or the strength of their Wi-Fi. Please know a Heritage Live bidder can only submit a bid when the lot is still open on their computer. No Heritage Live bidder can submit a bid once it has closed on their computer and moved on to the next lot. My acceptance of a last-minute bid from Heritage Live does not constitute a reopening of the lot. Last-minute bid arrivals happen a few times during every auction, and I thank you in advance for your patience and understanding when it occurs. Tonight, a buyer's premium of 20% will be applied to the hammer price of all lots. One of the tools that you will have tonight to be competitive with the other bidders is cut bidding. If, for instance, you have gone beyond your predetermined limit and some other bidder has landed on your top bid, you may cut the increment at once per lot. This is a tool that allows you to be more competitive. Once you cut it, you cannot cut again, but you may come back into the bidding at any time on that lot just at full increments. We have proxy bids or prior bids. I will say this occasionally throughout the night when Cindy has a bid from Heritage Live, from our internet bids that precedes the bid that you have placed. In that case, we ask that you then go to the next increment or cut bid to try to knock them out. If anything does not open or does not meet the reserve, I will say that it's still available or will be available post-auction. These are typically available as immediate as a few lots later, but certainly right after the auction to add to your invoice. If you have any questions relating to the participation of this sale, please call Vanessa Banda, who's here in the room, one of our auction supervisors, at 214-409-3127. I'm also required to announce that in compliance with TDLR Rule 67.40, notice is hereby provided that this auction is covered by a recovery fund administered by the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation, P.O. Box 257, Austin, Texas 78711. All right, since we proceeded with large size this afternoon, we are going to continue with large size tonight, platinum session. This will be the final session of our auction. Are you ready? All right, we're going to start with lot 501.
7,500.
We're at 7,500 looking for 8,000. There's 7,500 from the internet bid looking for 8,000. The War of 1812 $10 beautiful piece, EPQ, a real rarity for the War of 1812 survivors. We're at 7,500 looking for 8,000. Fair warning here at 7,500. Remember, I will take the cut as well at 7,750. Fair warning at 7,500. And we're going to make this 7,500 to the internet. I will say that was one of the lots presented in this auction from the Willamette collection. Includes an incredible number of odd denominations, and we will have a showcase dedicated to a lot of the highlights from that collection later this summer. Lot 502.
We need 3,000.
Looking for 3,000 to open. 3,000 we have, now 3,200. We have 3,000 looking for 3,200 or the cut at 31.
32.
32 we have, now 34. 33, now 34. We're on the cut at 33 looking for 34.
34.
34 to 36. We're at 34 looking for 3,600. War of 1812, $10. We're at 34 looking for 36 or the cut at 3,500. Fair warning, Heritage Live. And this will be 3,400 to
7244.
7244, lot 503.
4,300.
4,300 looking for $4,400 to get us back on increment. We're in the demand notes now. A nice PMG, very fine 35. If you've been tracking demand notes at all, you'll know that very few notes are in the high VF range or better. This is a nice bright example. We're at 4,300 looking for 4,400. Fair warning with the $4,300 internet bid. Anybody else? And we'll make this 4,300 to the internet. Lot 504.
13,500.
13,500 looking for 14,000. 14 we have, now 15. We have 14 looking for 15,000. We'll also take the cut at 14.5. I've got 14,000 looking for 15,000. Beautiful gem 65 EPQ Rainbow Ace. We've got 15 now looking for 16 or the cut at 15.5. Fair warning, Heritage Live, we're at 15,000. 15.5, we've got the cut, looking for 16,000. We have 15.5 looking for 16,000. Fair warning here at 15,500. And we'll make this 15,500 too.
1787.
1787, lot 505.
5250.
5250 looking for 5,500. We're on the cut right now at 5250, looking for 5,500. 250 more to play. Fair warning here at 5250. Again, nice colorful rainbow ace, nice swath of anti-counterfeiting blue on this note. 5250 to 5,500, fair warning. And we'll make this 5250 to the internet. Lot 506.
2,500.
7,500 to 8. We're at 7,500 looking for 8. Wonderful example of a doubled 1875 date, a plate engraving error. So this plate was used for quite a while before they bothered to fix it. Most likely for budget constraints in having to reproduce a new plate. We're at 7,500 looking for 8,000.
7750.
7,750 now 8,000. We've got 8,000 with the internet bid looking for 8,500. It was a sneaky last minute bid. It didn't quite work. You can come back in on increment at 8,500. Fair warning with our internet bid at 8,000.
85.
85 we have now 9,000, now 9,500. It's back to you, Heritage Live, at 9,500. We've got the internet bid right now on top at 9,000.
95.
95 we have, 10,000. 10,000 we have, back to you, 11,000. We've got 10,000 looking for 11. Fair warning here at 10,000.
11.
11 we've got. Cindy's out. We're at 11,000 looking for 12. We're at 11 looking for 12 or the cut at 11.5. Fair warning, Heritage Live. And we'll make this 11,000 to
1737.
1737. Lot 507.
7,500.
7,500 to 8,000.
85.
85, now 9. We've got 8,500 on Heritage Live looking for 9. This is the first Golden State note
95.
in this session. An incredible offering, some of the finest known type notes you will come across. This session chock full of them. We're at 10,000 looking for 11,000 or the cut at 10.5. We've got 10 looking for 11,000. One of 2 graded by PMG in this grade. We're at 10,000 looking for 11. Also take the cut at 10.5. Fair warning.
10,500.
10.5 we have, now 11. I can't believe that there's not more here. We're at 10.5 looking for 11.
11.
11 we have, now 12. We're at 11 looking for 12. Fair warning here at 11,000. Also take the cut at 11.5. And we'll make this 11,000 to
1917.
1917. Lot 508.
6,500.
6,500 to 7. 7,000 we have, now 7,500. We're at 7,000 looking for 7,500. We're at 7,000 looking for 7,500.
7250.
7,250. The cut, now 75, now 8,000. Heritage Live, we need 8,000. Fair warning at 7,500.
7750.
7,750, now 8,000. 8,000 to 8,500. For this type, most of the time, even though the margins are nice and even for gem grades, they're still very thin. This is an exception to that. Nice margins all around, 8,000 to 8,500. Fair warning.
85.
85 we have, now 9. 9,000 to 9,500. We have 9,000 looking for 9,500. Fair warning at 95, or the cut at 9,250. And we'll make this 9,000 to
7379.
7379. Lot 509.
4,000.
4,000, looking for 4,200. Incredible 67 EPQ.
42.
42 we have now, 4,400.
44.
44 to 46. We're at 44, looking for 4,600. Fair warning, 46 we have now, 4,800. We have 46, looking for 4,800. Fair warning at 48 we have now, 5. Or 48, looking for 5. Or the cut at 4,900. Remember, increments are just about to jump. We're at 49 on the cut. Back to you, Heritage Live at 5,000. Fair warning at 4,900. 5,000 we have, now 5,500. We've got 5, looking for 5,500. Or someone else with a cut at 5,250. 55 we have, now 6. 55 to 6.
5750.
5,750, now 6,000. We're on the cut at 5,750, looking for 6,000. 250 more to play. Fair warning at $5,750.
6,000.
6,000 we have, now 6,500. We're at 6, looking for 6,500.
65.
65, now 7. We're at 65, looking for 7,000. Fair warning, I know there were 2 cuts. There might be another one in there. Depends on the number of players. We're at 6,500, looking for 7,000. Fair warning at 6,500. We'll make this 6,500 to
1918.
1918. Lot 510.
2900.
2,900 to 3,000. 3,000 we have. We have 3,001. It's an all the money bid. We're at 3,200 now, 34. 33 to 34. We're on the cut at 33, looking for 34. Round it up here. I love these 1875 aces and deuces with the beautiful scalloped over prints or under prints. Nice anti-counterfeiting measures that add a ton of eye appeal to the notes. We're at 33, looking for 3,400. Fair warning here at 33. And we'll make this 3,300 to
7126.
7126. Lot 511.
2900.
2,900 to 3,000. 32 to 34. We're at 3,200 to 34. We're at 3,200 to 34. 33 we have, 34 now 36. We're at 34, looking for 36. Anything 36, 38, now 4,000. You can be sure anything in the Golden State collection was picked for its top quality and some of the hardest notes to find and the best grades that were available in the last 5 to 6 years. We're at 4,000, looking for 4,200. We're at 4,000, looking for 4,200. Fair warning here at 4,000.
42.
42, now 44. I haven't seen it cut. We're at 42, looking for 44, or the cut at 4,300. Fair warning at 4,200. And we'll make this 4,200 to
7128.
7128. Lot 512.
3800.
3,800 to 4,000. We're at 3,800, looking for 4,000. Fair warning here at 3,800. Remember, we can always use the cut here at 39.
39.
39 we have now, 4,000 with the internet bid. Back to you, Heritage Live at 4,200. Cindy's internet bid on top right now at 4,000. We're looking for 4,200. Fair warning at 4,000. You can also give me the cut at 41. And we'll make this 4,000 to internet. Lot 513.
5000.
5,000 to 5,500.
6000.
6,000. We have a prior internet bid at 6,000. Looking to you, Heritage Live, for 6,500 or the cut at 6,250. Beautiful wartime $5 illegal tender and 65 EPQ. Vast majority of these survivors did not fare well based on the paper that they were printed on. We're at 65 looking for 7,000, or the cut at 67.50. Fair warning here at 6,500. Nice low serial number 178 to boot. 67.50 now 7,000. 67.5 looking for 7,000. Fair warning at $6,750. And we'll make this 67.52.
1722.
1722. Lot 514.
4,000.
4,000 to 4,200. 6,000 now 6,500. And a couple proxies there executed right up to 6,000. 65 we've got now 7,000. Again, a nice, bright 65 EPQ, early legal tender. 6,500 to 7,000. One of the instruments that helped finance the Civil War, 6,500 to 7,000. Fair warning at 6,500. And we'll make this 6,500 to
1787.
1787. Lot 515.
4,400.
4,400 looking for 5,500 now. 6,000 here with the internet bid. Back to you, Heritage Live at 6,500. Looking for 6,500 or the cut at 6,250. 6,250 we have. Looking for 6,500. 65 now 7. We're at 65 looking for 7. Surprisingly, the only $5 rainbow in this session. 67.50 to 7,000. Usually we have 2 or 3 nice ones. 67.50 to 7,000. Fair warning here at $6,750. We'll make it 67.52.
1787.
1787. Lot 516.
5,000.
5,000 to 5,500. No finer examples for the entire wood chopper type, if you're curious about the grade. We're at 5,000 looking for 5,500. 55 we have now 6,000. We're at 5,500 looking for 6,000. 6,000 we have now 6,500. 65 now 7. We're at 65 looking for 7,000. Or the cut at 67.50. Fair warning, 7,000 we've got now 7,500. 7,250 back to you, 7,500 to get back on increment. We've got it now 8,000. 77.50 now 8,000. 8,000 to 8,500. 8,000 looking for 8,500. Or the cut at 8,250. 85 now 9,000. 9 to 9,500. We're 9,000 looking for 9,500. Or the cut at 9,250. Fair warning here. We had another one in similar grade go to 18,000 in our Long Beach 2022 auction. 9,250 to 9,500. 95 now 10,000. Incredible, great rarity. A nice early Friedberg number for the wood chopper type. 97.50 to 10,000. Fair warning at the 97.5 level, looking for 10,000. And this will be 97.52.
7354.
7354. A very nice cut there. Lot 517.
3,500.
3,500. 36 now 38. For the low serial number 77 wood chopper in 67 EPQ. 36 to 3,800. We're at 36 looking for 38 or the cut at 3,700. 38 we have now 4,000 now 4,200. We're at 4,000 looking for 4,200. 42, 44 now 46. 45 now 46. We've got the cut at 4,500 looking for 46. Fair warning here at 4,500. 46 we have now 48. Now 5. We're at 45. 5,000 now 5,500. I have 5,000 looking for 5,500 or the cut at 5,250. Fair 5,250 now 5,500. For 5,250 looking for 55 now 6,000. We're at 55, looking for 6,000. Fair warning here at 55. Remember, if you haven't expended your cut, you can do it now for 57.50. And we'll make this 5,500 to
1918.
1918. Lot 518.
3600.
3,600, looking for 38. 4,200 now 44. That jump is expected for something that is tied for finest known. Don't let the 65 EPQ grade fool you. This is a star note, a replacement in gem, very difficult to locate. 44 now 46. There's only 2 stars, Friedberg 88 in gem. We're at 4,400 looking for 46. 45 to 46 now 48. We've got 46 looking for 4,800. Fair warning here at 4,600, 48 now 5,000. 5,000 we have, now 5,500. We've got 5 looking for 5,500 or the cut at 5,250. Fair warning at 5,000. 55 now 6,000. Let's go Heritage Live. We're at 5,500 looking for 6 or the cut at 5,750. 6,000 now 6,500. We're at 6,000 looking for 6,500. A perfect example of a high grade type star note. 6,000 looking for 6,500. And we'll make this 6,000 to
7182.
7182, lot 519.
5000.
5,000 to 5,500. We're at 5,000 looking for 5,500. Again, tied for finest known, 65 EPQ. This, though, for the Friedberg 89. 5,250 to 5,500. You'd think with a wood chopper there might be better, something better than a 65. In this case, not. It is tied for finest known for the Friedberg number, 6,000 now 6,500. You're working on a registry set of wood choppers. This is necessary. 6,000 to 6,500. 65 now 7,000. 7,000 to 7,500. We're at 7,000 looking for 7,250 now 7,500. 75 now 8. We're back on increment at 7,500 looking for 8,000. 7,500 looking for 8,000. Fair warning here. Maybe a good time for the last minute cut at 7,750. And we'll make this 7,500 to
1917.
1917, lot 520. 5,250 to 5,500. 55 we have, now 6,000. Another beautiful Civil War $10 legal tender, 58 EPQ. 6,000 to 6,500. We're at 6,000 to 6,500. The green inks on this note, as good as you're going to find for the type. 6,000 to 6,500. You can also consider the cut at 6,250. We've got the cut, back to you, Heritage Live, at 6,500. Fair warning at 6,500. And we'll make it 6,500, 6,250 to
1800.
1800. A nice cut. Lot 521.
11,500.
11,500 to 12,000. This is the 95B, scarcer Friedberg number. We're at 11.5 looking for 12,000. Incredibly well margined 58 EPQ. We're at 11,500, which is a cut. 500 more to play. We need 12,000. Fair warning at 11.5. That'll be 11,500 to internet. $10 rainbow, lot 522. 11,000 looking for 12. 13,500. 14,000 with the internet bid, looking for 15. The previous internet bid right now on top at 14,000. Heritage Live, you have to go to 15,000 or the cut at 15.5 to stay in this. Fair warning here at 14,000. Really bright looking note. Nice paper, great inks, nice blue color. We're at 14,000 looking for 15. Fair warning. And this will be 14,000 to internet. Lot 523,
9750.
9750 to 10,000. 12,500 looking for 13. We're on the cut right now at 12.5 looking for 13,000. Another gem uncirculated 65 EPQ rainbow $10. We're 12,000 looking for 13. Fair warning here at 12,500. And this will be 12,500 to
1849.
1849. Lot 524, 5250 to 5500. We're on the cut. We need to come back in 250 more to get to 5500. Tied for highest graded, Friedberg 100. 66 EPQ. Really, really bold seal on this piece. We're at 5250 looking for 55. Fair warning here at 5250. And we'll make this 5252 internet. Lot 525,
3000.
3,000 to 3,200. 38, now 4,000, now to 4,200. Again, tied for finest graded at 66 EPQ. We're at 4,000 looking for 4,200. We will take the cut bid, 42, 44, 4,600 to you, Heritage Live. 45, 46, now 48. The internet bid on top, 5,000 here, looking for 5,500.
55.
55, now 6,000. It looks like the internet bid has been knocked out. We're at 5,500 looking for 6,000. 55 looking for 6,000 or the cut at 5,750. Fair warning at 5,500. We'll make this 5,500 too.
1917.
1917. Lot 526.
15,111.
That is an all the money bid from the internet. 15,111. For a little bit more, you can cut it at 15.5 or take the whole increment at 16,000. We've got the cut at 15.5, looking for 16,000. 66 PPQ bison. Well margined all around, nice bright color, 15,500 to 16,000. Fair warning here at 15,500. Might be the cut of the night. We'll make it 15,500 to
1917.
1917. Lot 527,
5,000.
5,000 to 5,500. A really scarce Friedberg number within the bisons, particularly in high grade. Only 10 in uncirculated condition in the grading services pop reports. We're at 5,000 looking for 5,500. Fair warning at 55 we have now 6,000. Back to you, Heritage Live at 6,500. We've got the internet bid on top right now at 6,000 looking for 6,500. Fair warning at 6,000. 6,250, now 65, back to you at 7,000. We've got the 65, looking for 7,000 or the cut at $6,750.
7,000.
7,000 we've got. The internet bid is knocked out. Back to you, Heritage Live at 7,500 or the cut at 7,250.
75.
75 we have now 8,000. We're at 7,500 looking for 8,000. Fair warning here at 7,500. Anything else? And we'll make this 7,500 to
7225.
7,225. Lot 528.
3,900.
3,900 to 4,000. 5,250, now 5,500. We've landed on the cut. We're looking for 5,500. A nice uncirculated 63 bison. 5,250 to 5,500. Fair warning on the cut at $5,250. And we'll make it 5,250 to
7435.
7435. Lot 529.
18,000.
18,000, 21,111 from Cindy. Again, in all the money bid, take 22,000, 22 we have, now 23. Well, 24, or the cut at 23. Again, a Golden State collection, bison and 66 EPQ. If you look at previous auction records, 67s for bisons rarely pop up at auction. We're at 22,000, looking for 24,000, or the cut at 23. Fair warning here at 22,000. We've seen 66s top 30, and of course 67s are kind of out of the ballpark at this point. We're at 22,000, looking for 24,000. Fair warning. And this will be 22,000 to
1919.
1919. Lot 530,
8250.
8250 to 8500. We're on the cut at 8250, 250 more to play at 85. Another Gem 65 EPQ Bison. Fair warning at 8250. And we'll make this 8250 to the internet. Lot 531.
10,500.
10,500, 12,000 we have, 13,000 here. Back to you, 14,000. Cindy on top with a $13,000 bid. We need 14,000 or the cut at 13,500. Fair warning here at 13,000. And we'll make this 13,000 to the internet. $20 rainbow, 65 PPQ. We're at 20, lot 532? 26,000, right?
Yeah.
Looking for 28,000. We're at 26, looking for 28,000, or the cut at 27. The internet bid right now on top at 26,000, looking for 28,000 from Heritage Live. Don't let the internet bid take this. We'll also take the cut at 27,000. Fair warning. This will be 26,000 to internet. Rainbow and 58 EPQ, lot 533.
15,000.
15,000, looking for 16. We've got 16, looking for 17. We've knocked out the internet bid. We're at 16,000, looking for 17,000. 17, now 18. We're at 17,000, looking for 18,000, or the cut bid at 17,500. We're on increment at 17, looking for 18,000. Fair warning for this really well-margined, bright and attractive Rainbow 20, 17,000 to 18,000. Fair warning. This will be 17,000 to
1920.
1920. Lot 534.
4100.
41 to 42. We're on the cut at 4,100. $100 more to play.
42.
42 we have. Now 44, looking now for 4,600.
46.
46 to 48. 48 we've got now 5,000. We're at $4,800 with the internet bid. 5,000 now. $5,111. All the money,
55.
55 we've got now 6,000. We're at 5,500 looking for 6,000. I really like the Roman numeral X's here on the $20, early $20. So 5,500 looking for 6,000 or the cut at 5,750. Fair warning,
6,000.
6,000 we have, now 6,500. We've got 6, we're on increment looking for 6,500 or the cut at 6,250. Fair warning at 6,000. And we'll make this 6,000 to
7182.
7182, lot 535.
5250.
5,250 to 5,500.
6,000.
6,000. $6,111. We need 6,500 or the cut at 6,250. Not a whole lot more to play. We've got the cut. We're at $6,250 looking for 6,500. Fair warning here. Another incredible offering in a great rarity. We're at 6,250 looking for 6,500.
65.
65 we have now 7,000.
7,000.
7,000 now 7,500. We're at 7,000 looking for 7,500. Fair warning here at 7,000. And this will be 7,000 to
1917.
1917. Tied for finest known, first offering of a superb gem, Friedberg 135 in a decade. Don't let it go another decade. Lot 536. 13,000, looking for 14,000. 14 we have, now 15. We've got 15. Back to you, Heritage Live at 16,000. We're at 15, looking for 16,000. That's your 15. Yes. Yeah. Vanessa now standing in. She's got the $15,000 bid. It's with you, Heritage Live, now at 16,000, looking for 17. We're at 16,000, looking for 17, or the cut at 16.5. We've got 16, looking for 17,000. An incredible grade rarity, once in a decade offering. We're at 16,000, looking for 17. Fair warning. And we'll make this 16,000 to
1852.
1852, lot 537. 5750 to 6,000. We're at $5,750, which means we're on a cut, looking for 6,000. Only $250 more. Fair warning here at 5750. 6,000 we have. Back to Vanessa's internet bid at 6,500, looking now for 7,000. The internet back on top, Heritage Live. If you want this, you need to go 7,000 or the cut at 6,750. 6,750 we have. We've knocked out the internet bidder right now on top. Heritage Live with the cut bid. Anybody else at 7,000? Fair warning here at $6,750. And this will be 6,750 to 1899. Lot 538. 5750 to 6,000. Yet another incredible grade rarity here, tied for finest graded Friedberg 140 for 5750, looking for 6,000. We've got the cut, 250 to get back on increment at 6,000. Fair warning here at 5750. 6,000 we have. We have a prior 6,000. Heritage Live, if you want to keep going, I need 6,500 or 6,250. You got us back on increment. You did not use your cut bid. You can come in here at 6,250. We've got the 6,250, now 65, now 7. We're at 65, looking for 7,000. Fair warning at 6,500. And we'll make this 6,500 to 1899. Lot 539. 4,300 to 44. We've got 43, looking for 4,400. We're at 4,300, looking for 4,400. Fair warning on the cut at 4,300. So only $100 more to play. This with the internet right now, Heritage Live, you're not even participating. Your $4,400 bid trumped by the 4,600 here with Vanessa. Back to you, Heritage Live, at 4,800 or the cut at 47. Fair warning here at 4,600. And we'll make this 4,600 to internet. Lot 540. 4,000 to play. We've got 4,000, looking for 4,200. 42 to 44. 44 to 46. The 46 to 48, now 5,000. 5,000 to 5,500. 5,250 with the cut, looking for 5,500. One of my favorite designs here with the Roman numeral L overprints. This only seen on the 1874, 1875, and 1878 series of 50s, of which fewer than 1 million were printed in total for the 3 Friedberg numbers. We're at 5,500, looking for 6,000. Wonderful looking type. Take 5,750 on the cut. Last call at 5,500. And we'll make this 5,500 to 1920. The only thing rarer than that note is the next lot but a new Friedberg number, lot 541, 7750 to 8,000. Yeah, 9,500 now. Now we're at 10,000, looking for 11,000. Fewer than 210,000 of these printed. We're at 10,000, looking for 12. I'm sorry, looking for 11, or the cut at 10.5. We've got 11, now 12. Really nice grade for the type. We're at 11,000, looking for 12. Remember, fewer than 1 million of these printed for the entire type from 1875 even into 1880. We're at 11,000, looking for 12, or the cut at 11.5. Fair warning at 11,000. This will be 11,000 to 7270. Lot 542.
We need 40,000.
40,000. 40,000 we have, now 42. We're at 40,000, looking for 42. 20,000 of these printed, only issued from 1887 to 1889 under Hyatt and Rosecrans combined tenure in 64 EPQ. We're at 42,000 after the cut bid. We're at 42, looking for 44,000. Beautiful, beautiful note. Great grade. Only 7 available to collectors. So easily a 6-figure coin if it was in the coin department. We're at 46,000, looking for 48,000. Fair warning here at 46,000. Remember, we can do the cut at 47,000 too.
47, 48.
48, now 50,000. We've got 48, looking for 50. We're at 48,000, looking for 50. 50 we have, 55, now 60. A lot of room to go here. This incredibly rare Friedberg number in a top-notch condition. We're at 55,000, looking for 60,000. Would still be an incredible grade, even for the type, belying the rarity of it. Remember, just 20,000 printed. 55,000 to 60,000. We'll take the cut bid at 57.5. Fair warning here at 55,000. We'll make this 55,000 to
7201.
7201. Lot 543.
11,500.
11,500, looking for 12,000. 16,000, now 17. 17 to 18, 18 to 19. We have 18, looking for 19. We'll also take the cut at 18.5. 18,000 to 19,000. Fair warning here at 18,000. Ex-Harry Bass collection. He was extraordinarily picky in what he added to his world-class collection. We're at 18,000, looking for 19. Fair warning, Heritage Live. Make this 18,000 to
1921.
1921. Lot 544.
7250.
7250 to 7500.
75.
75, 8,000 here with the internet bid. Back to you, Heritage Live at 8,500.
85.
85, 8750 cut here. That means it's an all the money bid. We've got the 9,000, looking for 9,500. We have 9,000, looking for 9,500. 9,250, now 9,500. Really stellar looking 35. Nice rich colors. 9,500 to 10,000. We're 9,500, looking for 10,000 or the cut. We're at 10, now 11,000. We're at 10,000, looking for 11,000 or the cut at 10.5. 10.5 we have, now 11. We're at 10.5, looking for 11,000. Fair warning here at 10,500. Anything else? And we'll make this 10,500 to
7270.
7270. One of my absolute favorite design types in all of currency. 1863 $100 spread eagle, lot 545.
60,000.
We're at 60,000, looking for 65,000.
75.
75, now 80,000. We're at 75,000, looking for 80. Only about 4 dozen of this entire design type known. one of the most iconic designs in United States paper currency. Very provocative vignette in that the spread eagle was at war against the South. So a little bit of vindictive engraving here. Engraved by the National Banknote Company. And by the way, if you examine the POP reports for PCGS and PMG, you're looking at a top 10 item here as far as grade. We're at 75,000, looking for 80,000. Fair warning here at 75,000. And this will be 75,000 to
7138.
7138. Lot 546.
19,000.
19,000, looking for 20.
20.
20 we have, now 22,000. We're at 20,000, looking for 22,000. Or the cut at 21.
22.
22, now 24. We're at 22, looking for 24,000. We have 22, looking for 24. We've got the cut at 23,000, looking now for 24,000.
24.
24 to 26. We're at 24,000, looking for 26,000. Fair warning here at 24. Again, we'll take the cut at 25 if you choose. And we'll make this 24,000 to
7270.
7270. All right, one of my favorite notes in this auction. Incredibly high grade, beautiful, problem-free, 1880,000, lot 547.
150,000.
150,000, looking for 160,000. 220,000. Now looking for 240,000. We're at 220, looking for 240,000. 240, now 260. DeWitt Clinton here on the face, governor of New York, and then also a U.S. senator. So a tremendous amount of money in 18. Yeah, you're talking about 2 or 3 years' salary at the time. Yeah, incredible, incredible piece. In fact, there are no denominations in large size over $1,000, and this is one of the most iconic types. I don't know what DeWitt Clinton's connection was to currency, except for maybe he was a Freemason and he was given the position. He's in deep in thought. Deep in thought. So, by the way, 35, one of the top grades available. There's no AUs, no UNCs for the type. This one issued sometime between 1898 and 1905. We're at 240,000, looking for 260, or the cut at 250,000. Fair warning here at 240,000. And this will be 240,000 to
1922.
1922. Lot 548.
3,500.
3,500 to 36.
42.
42 to 44. We have a prior 4,200 looking for 44. We have 4,200 looking for 44, or the cut at 43.
43.
43 to 44. We're at 43 looking for 44. Fair warning here at 4,300. And we'll make this cut at 4,300 to
7201.
7201. Lot 549.
5250.
5250 to 5,500.
5750.
5750, now 6,000. Back to you, Heritage Live at 6,500. The internet bid on top at 6,000, looking for 6,500. Really nice. Gem Martha. PMG 65 EPQ, 6,000 to 6,500. Really a stunning design for the type. 6,000 to 6,500. Fair warning. We'll make this 6,000 to the internet. Lot 550.
3,500.
3,500 to 36.
38.
38 to 4,000. We're at 3,800 looking for 4,000. Again, another Martha, this time in 66 EPQ with that nice big salmon colored seal. 3,800 to 4,000. Really a nice piece for the type. We're at 3,800 looking for 4,000. We'll also take that cut at 3,900. Fair warning here at 3,800. 39 we have, now 4,000. 4,000 to 4,200. We're at 4,000 looking for 4,200. Fair warning, 42 to 44. 43 to 44. We're at 43 looking for 4,400. We're at 43 looking for 4,400. Fair warning here at 4,300. And this will be 43 to
7131.
7131. Lot 551.
3,800.
3,800 to 4,000.
5750.
5750, now 6,000 with our internet bidder. Back to you, Heritage Live at 6,500. New Friedberg number, Martha and 66 EPQ. We're at 6,000 looking for 6,500 or the cut at 6,250. Fair warning here at 6,000. And we'll make this 6,000 to internet. Lot 252,
3,000.
or 552, sorry. We're at 3,000 looking for 3,200.
33.
33, now 34, now 36. The internet bidder at 3,400 looking for 36. Close back, Martha. Nice, big, ornate greenback, 36 to 38. 3,600 to 3,800. We'll also take the cut at 3,700. Fair warning here at $3,600.
37.
37 we have, 38 with the internet bidder. Back to you, Heritage Live at 4,000. The internet back on top. Anybody on Heritage Live needs to get back in this at 4,000 or the cut. 4,000, we have a prior 4,000. Heritage Live, you've come this far. Let's go a little bit further. 4,200 or the cut at 41. 42 we've got, now 44. We've got 42, looking for 4,400. Fair warning now at 4,200. And we'll make this 4,200 to
7463.
7463. That's 553.
6,250.
6,250 to 6,500.
8500.
8,500, now 9,000. We're at 8,500 looking for 9,000. Another ornate back, Martha in 66 EPQ. This one of the finest graded for the Friedberg numbers. 8,500 at 9,000. 8750, now 9,000. 9,000 we have, now 9,500. The cut nearly worked. We're at 9,000 looking for 9,500. Fair warning here at 9,000. Mind you, these have easily hammered over 10,000 before. We're at 9,000 looking for 9,500.
95.
95 we have, now 10,000. We're at 95 looking for 10,000. You've hung in there this long, maybe even try the cut bid at 9,750. Fair warning here at 9,750, or at 9,500. And we'll make this 9,500 to
7110.
7110. Lot 554,
We need 5,000.
5,000 to start. We're on lot 554. We've got a nice Martha, again, 64 EPQ. We're at 4,800 looking for 5. Fair warning here at 5,000 to start. And this will be available here in just a few lots to add to your invoice if you'd like to. Lot 555,
5,750.
5,750 to 6,000. We're on the cut at 5,750. We need 6,000. Remember, internet bid right now on top. Nobody on Heritage Live right now is winning. You're 5,750 looking for 6,000. 6,000 we've got, now 6,500. We've got a, is it a prior? It should be a prior. We've got a prior 6,000 here. Heritage Live, we need 6,500 or the cut is 6,250. Nice cut. Just knocked out the internet bid. We're at 6,250 looking for 65. Fair warning here at $6,250. Anybody else, Heritage Live? And we're at $6,250 too.
1787.
1787, lot 556. 5250 to 5500. We're on the cut, looking to go to 5500. We're in the educationals now. Educational ACE, 66 EPQ. We're at $5,250, looking for 55. Fair warning at 5250. And this will be $5,250 to the internet. Lot 557. 3,500 to 3,600.
4,000.
4,000 to 42. We have 4,000 looking for 4,200.
42.
42 to 44. We're at 4,200 looking for 4,400. We'll also take the cut at 43. We're 4,200 looking for 43. We have no 67s in this auction. You're looking for a nice educational. It might be a little wait, it might be a multi-month wait, if not longer. We're at 4,200 looking for 44 or the cut at 43. This will be 4,200 to
1923.
1923. Lot 558.
4,200.
4,200 to 44.
44.
44 we've got. Now 46 from the internet. Back to you, Heritage Live at 4,800. We have 46, looking for 48 or the cut at 47. We have 46 looking for 4,800. Fair warning here at 4,600. And this will be 4,600 to internet. Lot 559.
3,200.
3,200 to 3,400. We've got 32, looking for 34 or the cut at 33. Fair warning here at 3,200.
33.
33 we don't have a prior, we got a 34.
No.
She cut. No, we don't. Okay. We're on the cut at 3,300. We need 3,400. We're on the cut at 3,300, looking for 34. Fair warning here. And we'll make this
34.
34 we've got. Now 3,600. Or another cut at 35. Fair warning here at 3,400. And we'll make this 3,400 to
7463.
7463. Lot 560.
5,500.
5,500 to 6,000. We're 5,500 looking for 6,000. Or the cut at 5,750. Right now, the internet bid on top, looking for 6,000. Fair warning, Heritage Live. This will be 5,500 to internet. Lot 561.
3,200.
3,200 to 34.
4,000.
4,000 we've got. 4,200 with the internet. Back to you, Heritage Live at 44. We've got 44. 46 here, now 48. We're at 46 looking for 4,800. The
48.
finest graded Lyons Roberts, 5,000 to 5,500.
55.
55, 6,000 we have, now 6,500. We have 6,000 looking for 6,500. We'll also take the cut at 6,250.
65.
65, now 7. Internet bid is knocked out. We're at 6,500 looking for 7.
7.
7 we've got, now 7,500. We have 7,000 looking for 7,500.
75.
75, now 8,000. We're at 75 looking for 8,000. 8,000 to 8,500. Again, a necessity for the finest registry sets. We're at 8,000 looking for 8,500. Remember, we've got a cut bid in there too.
85.
85, now 9,000. We're at 85 looking for 9,000.
8750.
8750, there's the cut, now 9,000.
9.
9,000 to 9,500.
95.
95 to 10,000.
9750.
9750, now 10,000.
10.
10 to 11,000. We're at 10,000 looking for 11,000.
11.
11 to 12. We're at 11,000 looking for 12 or the cut at 11.5. We did see one cut in there. I don't know if there's another. We're at 11,000 looking for 12. Fair warning here at 11,000.
12.
12 we have, now 13. We've got 12 looking for 13.
13.
13 we've got now 14. We're at 13 looking for 14,000. Fair warning here at 13. Again, we'll take the cut at 13.5. And we'll make this 13,000 to
1849.
1849 is about to get a really nice boost in their registry set value. Lot 562.
We need 3,500.
Looking for 3,500.
4,200.
Tied for finest known, Freeburg 229A, 42 to 44. It's amazing that this scarce Freeburg number doesn't have any 67s, but
45.
makes sense with the rarity. We're on the cut bid at 4,500, looking for 47. I'm sorry, for 46. We're at 45, looking for 4,600. 46 we have, now 48. Now 5,000. We've got 4,800, looking for 5. 49 to 5,000. We're on the cut, looking to round it up to 5,000. 100 more to play. Fair warning here at 4,900. 5,000 we've got now, 5,500. Fair warning at 5,000. There's got to be more, right? We're at 5,000 looking for 55 or the cut at 5,250. And we'll make this 5,000 to
1849.
1849, lot 563.
2,700.
2,700 to 28. We're on the cut at 27 looking for 2,800. We're at 27 looking for 2,800.
28.
28 now 3,000.
29.
29 now 3,000. We've got the cut at 2,900 looking for 3,000. Fair warning here at 2,900.
3,000.
3,000 to 3,200. 32 we've got now, 3,400.
34.
34 to 36. We're at 3,400 looking for 36.
36.
36 now 38. We're at 36 looking for 38 or the cut at 3,700. Fair warning here at 3,600. 3,800 we have now 4,000. We're at 3,800 looking for 4,000. Fair warning, 39. We've got the cut, now 4,000. 3,900 looking for 4,000. Fair warning here at 3,900.
4.
4,000 we've got, now 4,200. We're at 4,000 looking for 4,200. Fair warning here at 4,000. And this will be 4,000 to
1770.
1770. Craig's going to take you for about an hour, and then I will be back up here to call a little bit more.
Thank you very much, Dustin. What a splendid sale so far. More accurately, what a splendid session so far. And if nobody has noticed, I changed my shirt to purple, considering it's platinum night. All right. Lot 564. What we got?
3,900.
3,900 on the cut, looking for 4,000. Extra now here. Low serial 32. I've got 39 on the cut now, 4,000. Do I see an advance at 4,000? I've got a prior of 4,000 now. What about 4,200? My book bidder has it at 4,000 with a prior of 4,000. It's clear. Was it cleared at 4,000? Yes, it's clear at 4,000. That means Heritage Live has it at 4 now. Do I see 4,200? 4,200 to advance here. Otherwise, I will say fair warning then for this extra now low serial. 41 on the cut now, 42. 42 to advance.
42.
I have the 42 now. What about 44? Jumping at 44, Heritage Live. I need 44 to advance. Otherwise, I will say fair warning. And we'll make that 4,200.
7182.
7182. All right, lot 565. Hancock $2. 65 EPQ. What we got?
4,100.
I got 41 on the cut now, 42. 4,200 to advance here. My book bidder's at 4,100. Heritage Live jumping at 4,200. I have it at 41 on the cut. Do I see 42? Otherwise, I will say fair warning for this pretty Hancock $2 at 4,100. I'll make that 4,100.
Internet.
The internet. Lot 566. What an incredible Hancock deuce here. 67 EPQ from the Golden State collection, which in my opinion should be the Golden Grade collection, on just how absolutely immaculate these notes from the collections are. An impeccable grade, and this one's no different. What do we have? 5750 on the cut now, looking for 6,000. 6,000, I've got 10,000. There we go. 10,000 now. What about 11,000? I have it at 10,000. Do I see 11,000? Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget about your cut bids. I am a firm propagator of the cut bid. They're there to be used. I've got the 10.5 now. What about 11? I'm still looking for 11,000. I have it on the cut bid now at 10.5. Do I see 11,000? Otherwise, I will say fair warning there. I've got 11 now. What about 12 for this beautiful example? Superb gem uncirculated 67 EPQ. What a note. It has, I'm at 11,000. Do I see 12? 12 to advance here. Otherwise, I will say fair warning unless I see an advance of 12 or a cut bid at 11.5. I'll make that 11,000.
1852.
1852. Over to lot 567 again. Look at the grade on this. Tied for the PMG finest known for the Hancock deuce. What do we have?
We need 7,500.
I need 7,500 to start me off. Yeah, I've got the 75 now, and I've got 8 now. What about 8,500 is what I need next. 8,500 to advance. Cut bid at 8,250 if that helps. Heritage Live. My bid is at 8,000. My Heritage Live bidder. Do I see? I got 85 now. What at 999? What about 9,500? 9,500 now to advance. I have the 9,000 now with Heritage Live now. 95 now. What about 10,000 now? What about 11,000? 11,000 now to advance here. I have the 10,000 my Heritage Live bidder. Do I see? I've got 11 now. What about 12? 12. Bid that button at 12,000, and let's keep this rocking and rolling here at 12,000. I do have the 11,000. Do I see 12 or a cut bid at 11,500 maybe? Otherwise, I will say fair warning then 11,000. And we'll make that 11,000.
7249.
7, 2, 4, and 9. Lot 568.
4,000.
I have 4,000. Now what about 42? 4,200 to advance here. Another $2 Hancock silver certificate in 64 choice and circulated grade with the EPQ. I have the 4 now. Do I see 42? My book bidder is at 4,000. I need 4,200 to advance Heritage Live. Otherwise, I will say fair warning then at 4,000. I'll make that 4,000
Internet.
to the internet. An exceptional example here, highest PMG graded Wyndham Deuce in a 68, superb gem EPQ holder. It is the highest not only graded by PMG for the Wyndham Deuce, but also for the type. I have, what do we got?
We need 12.
I need 12,500 to start me off on this. I go immediately went into 20,000. Now, what about 22? 22,000 I need to advance. This is the sort of note where, ladies and gentlemen, use your cut bids. They are imperative to obtain the material or the notes you want for your collection. It's at 20,000. Do I see 22,000? 22,000 I need to advance for this superb gem ink 68 EPQ graded example, eye-watering grade. I have it at 20,000. Now, what about 22,000? 22,000 to advance or a cut bid at 21,000. I will say fair warning then. I've got the 21 on the cut now. What about 22? Don't get cut out here now, ladies and gentlemen. Bid that 22,000. I have the 21,000 now on the cut. Do I see an advance of 22,000? This is the highest graded example by PMG for the Wyndham Deuce and all the type. It's at 21,000 on the cut. Do I see 22? Otherwise, I will say fair warning then at 21,000 on the cut. I'll make it 21,000.
7110.
7110. Lot 570. Another incredibly high grade here. Superb gem uncirculated with low serial 45. What do we got, Cynthia?
We need
I need 11,250. I've got now 11,250. I need 12,000 now. So I've got the 12 now. What about 13? 13. What about 12,500 on the cut now? What about 13,000? I need 13,000 to advance. It is on the cut now. What about, no, it's no longer on the cut. It's at 13,000 full increment. I need 14,000 now. 14,000 now to advance. Another impeccable graded example from the Golden State collection at 13,000. Do I see 14,000? 14,000 now. 67 EPQ, X Anderson collection, I have it at 13. Do I see 14? Or a cut at 13? I've got the 14 now. What about 15? I have the 14 now. Do I see 15,000? 15,000 to advance Heritage Live, or a cut bid at 14,500 if that at all helps. It is at 14,000. Otherwise, I will say fair warning then at 14,000. I'll make that 14,000.
7107.
7107. Another a lovely low serial number here, serial number 58. And if I'm not mistaken, well, I am mistaken. Lot 571 now. What do we got?
We need 7,500.
I need 7,500 to start. 7,500 to start me off here.
75.
Heritage Life has answered at 75 now. What about 8,000? 8,000, take me up to full increment at 8,000. 8,000 to advance, or a cut bid at 7,750. I have it here with Heritage Live at 7,500. Do I see 8,000? Gem uncirculated 65 EPQ. I have it at 75. Do I see 8,000? Otherwise, I will say fair warning unless I see any advance at 8,000 or a cut bid at 7,750. And we'll make that 7,500.
7171.
7171. Lot 572.
10,000.
I have the 10,000 now. What about 11,000? 11,000 to advance here. First superb gem PMG offering since 2010. So this is one of those notes that it only comes around in this type of grade once every decade. Maybe. It is at 12,500 on the cut now. What about 13,000? 13,000 to advance. I have the 12,500 on the cut. I need 13,000 now. 13,000 to advance. The first offering, as I said, since 2010 for this sort of superb grade in a PMG holder since 2010. I have it at 13,000 now, 14,000. I have the 13,000 with my Heritage Live bidder. Do I see 14,000 or a cut bid at 13,500? Otherwise, I will say fair warning then at 13,000 for this pretty example. I'll make that 13,000.
1852.
1852. Lot 573.
6,000.
I have 6,000 now. What about 65? 7,000 now. What about 7,500? My bid is at 7,000. I got 75 now. What about 8? 8,000 to advance here. 66 gem uncirculated EPQ. I've got the 75 now. What about 8? Push that button at 8 and keep us going, Heritage Live. Let's go to 8,000. I have the 75 now. Do I see 8,000? Otherwise, I will say fair warning then at 7,500. I'll make that 7,500.
7171.
7171. Lot 574. Over to the educationals, $2, 66 PPQ. What do we got, Cynthia?
13,000.
I got 13,300 and 3,300, and please don't make me say that again. I need 14,000 now. 14,000 to advance here. My bid is at $13,333 with my book bidder. Jump in Heritage Live at 14,000, or try your luck at the cut at 13,500.
13,000.
I do have it at 13,500 on the cut now. What about 14? 14,000 to advance. Well, this pretty example. Iconic issuance for the US. I'm going to say fair warning then at 13,500 on the cut, unless I see an advance at 14,000. I'll make that 13,500.
1924.
1, 9, 2, and 4. Over to lot 575. Still at $2. This will be a 65 EPQ by PMG. What we got? 11,500 I have on the cut, looking for 12,000 now. 12,000 to advance. My book bidder has it at 11,500. Heritage Live, jump in at 12,000. Do I see an advance at 12,000? As I said, my book bidder is at 11,500 on the cut. Jump in at 12. Take me to full increment at 12,000. Otherwise, I will say fair warning at 11,500. I'll make it 12,000 now.
12,000.
Oh, here we go. Here we go again. All right, at $12,222. As I said, please don't make me say this again. I need 13,000, and Heritage Live has saved me from that, and it's at 12,500 on the cut now, and I'm looking for 13,000. It is on the cut bid of 12,500. I need 13,000 to advance.
13.
I do have the 13 now. What about 14? 14,000. Don't get cut out now. Jump in at 14,000 or use your cut bid if it's available to you at 13,005. I'm going to say fair warning then at 13,000. I'll make that 13,000.
1925.
19 and 25. Lot 576.
11,000.
I have 11,500 now. What about 12? Bid that button at 12,000 Heritage Live. I have 11,500 on the cut. Do I see 12? 12,000 to advance here. Jump in at 12,000. My book bidder is 11,500. Do I see an advance at 12,000? Last call then at 11,500 on the cut. Oh,
12,000.
12,000 now. But my book bidder says 12,001. Now I need 13,000. Try your luck at a cut bid at 12,500 Heritage Live. I'm going to say fair warning then at $12,001.
12.5.
12.5 on the cut now. Now I'm still got the 13 now. What about 14? 14,000. My bid is at 13,000. Do I see an advance at 14,000 or a cut bid at 13,500? I'm going to say fair warning then at 13,000 for this pretty note. I'll make that 13,000.
7382.
7382. Lot 577.
3,600.
This is 3,600 now. What about 38? 3,800. I've got 4,000 now. Did you say prior?
Not now.
Not now. I've got 4,000 now. What about 42? 4,200 to advance. Nicest example at auction in almost 13 years. Once again, one of those once in a decade. Again, from the Golden State Collection. Impeccable grade seen on these notes. I've got 48 now. What about 5? 5,000. I have the 48 now. Do I see 5? 5,000 to advance.
5,000.
I do have the 5 now. 55 now. What about 6? 6,000. 6,000 here for this stunningly graded example at 55 now. Do I see 6,000? Try your cut bid at, I was about to say, but they read my mind, but that goes up to 6,000 now. What about 6,500? Do I see 6,500? Otherwise, I will say fair warning at 6,000 Heritage Live. I'll make that 6,000.
7201.
7201. Lot 578.
3,500.
3,500 I have now. What about 36? 36 I've got now. What about 38? 3,800 to advance. My bid is at 36. Do I see an advance? I got, yes,
4,000.
now 4,000. What about 4,200? 67 superb gem,
44.
uncirculated EPQ. One of only 4 for this type. We've got 48 now. What about 5? 5 got 5 got now 55. What about 6,000? 6,000 to advance.
6,000.
I have the 6 now. What about 65? 65 now to advance here, Heritage Live. Cut bid at 62.50. If that at all helps. I have it at 6,000, and I'm going to say fair warning then at 6,000, unless I see an advance at technical difficulties. We'll go back to that. I have the 6,000. There we go. 6,000 now. What about 6,500? I need 6,500 to advance here. A cut bid at 62.50. Otherwise, I will say fair warning then at 6,000. And we'll make that 6,000. To the internet. Lot 579.
4,000.
I have 4,000 now. What about 4,200? 4,200. You got a quartet here now that jumps all the way up to 7,000. I've got 7,000 now. What about 7,500? 7,500 here for this cut sheet. I've got 7,000 I have. What about 75? 75 to advance. 72.50 on the cut. I have the 7. Otherwise, I'm going to say fair warning. I've got the 72.50 on the cut now. What about 75? Now. What about 8,000? 8,000 now to advance. 8,000. I have the 7,500 with my Heritage Live bidder. Do I see an advance at 8,000 or a cut bid at 77.50? I'm going to say fair warning then at 7,500. I'll make that 7,500.
1722.
1722. All right, lot 580 now. Incredible example here. Once again, exceptional eye appeal, as the cataloger noted. Superb gem, uncirculated 67 with the star designation. Lot 580, what we got?
We need 4,000.
I need 4,000 to get me started. I have the 4 now. What about 42? 4,200 to advance. My bid is at 4,000 with Heritage Live. Do I see? I've got the 42 now, 44 now. What about 46? 46 I have, 48 now, 5. 5,000. Take advantage before we go up to the $500 increment. It's 40. I got the 5 now, 55 now, 6,000. I have 55 now. Do I see 6? 6,000 to advance. My bid is with Heritage Live at 5,500. Do I see 6,000 to advance? I will say fair warning then. I've got 57.50 on the cut now, 6,000. Loving the cut bid, by the way. All these cut bids, they make me very happy. I've got 6,000 now. What about 65? 6,500 to advance. Heritage Live has it at 6,000. Do I see an advance at 6,500 or cut bid at 62.50? Otherwise, I will say fair warning then at 6,000. I have 65.7 now. What about 75? 7,500 now to advance. 7,500 for the stunning example with incredible eye appeal. I'm going to say fair warning then at 7,000, unless I see an advance at 75. I'll make that 7,000.
7435.
7435. All right, another exceptional example here, lot 581, the only 1899 $2 graded by PMG in a 68 EPQ holder with just incredible margins. And in fact, it's also the highest graded type, lot 581. 15,000 I have now. What I've got 32,000, 22,000 now. What about 24? Jumps right up at 22,000. I'm sure everybody realizes what an exceptional example this is. Heritage Live has it at 22,000. I need 24,000 now here to advance. I have 22. Do I see an advance? 24,000. Unless you want to bid the cut bid at 23,000, if that's available to you. It's at 22,000 for this 68 superb gem uncirculated example, the only one graded in this supreme grade, making it possibly the nicest example in existence, or at least to what we know of. And for the type, it's a 22. Do I see 24? 24 now to advance. I got the 24, 25 on the cut now. What about 26? 26 now. I have the 25 on the cut now. What about 26? Do I see an advance at 26,000 Heritage Live? I need 26,000 to advance. I will say fair warning at 25,000 for this incredible example, which will become an absolute centerpiece of any collection. I will make that 25,000.
7201.
7201. What a great note. All right, lot 582. I need 5,000 to get me started. I got the 5 now. What about 5,500? 5,500 is what I need to advance. I have the 5 now. Again, lovely grades from the Golden State collection. I have 5. What about 55? I have the 5. Do I see 5,500 to advance? Cut bid at 52.50. I've got the 50 now. 6 now. What about 65? 6,500 to advance. I have 6,000 with Heritage Live. Now I need 6,500 here to go forward. I have the 6 now. Do I see 65? Otherwise, I will say fair warning at 6,000. And we'll make that 6,000.
7201.
7201. Low serial example 88 here, lot 583. I need 87.50 to get me going. I have the 87.50 now. What about 9? I'm on the cut bid of 87.50. I need 9,000 to advance. I have the 9 now, 995 now. What about 10? 10,000 now. I have the 10,000 now, 11, 12, 12, 12 is what I need to advance here. I have the 12, 13 now. What about 14? I have 13,000. I need 14,000 to advance. I have the 13, but I would, of course, accept the cut bid at 13,500 as well. I've got the 14 now. What about 15? 15 is what I have. 50 is what I need. Well, 14.5 is what I have. I need 15. 15, I have it on the cut at 14,500. Do I see 15? 15 now to advance. For this stupendously graded example with low serial 88, I've got the 15 now. What about 16? 16 now. Don't get cut out now. Make this yours. Push that button at 16,000. I've got the 16 now. What about 17? 17,000. I have 16,000. I've got the 16,500 on the cut now. I'm still looking for 17,000. I'm loving the cut action. I've got the 16,005 now, 17 now. What about 18? 18 now. I have 17. I need 18,000 to advance, or a cut bid at 17,500. I have it at 17,000. Do I see an advance at 18,000 Heritage Live? Otherwise, I will have to call fair warning at 17,000. I'll make it 17,000.
1917.
1917. Lot 584. I need 4,000 to get me started. I got the 4 now. What about 42? 4,200 to advance. My book bidder is at, I've got the 42 now, 44 now. What about 46? 46 I've got now. What at 48 now? 5,000 now. Take it. There we go at 555 now. What about 6,000? I have 6,000 now. What about 65? My Heritage Live bidder is at 6,000. I need 6,500 to advance.
65?
I do have the 65 now. What about 7? 7 now. Or a cut bid at 67.50 if that at all helps, Heritage Live. Otherwise, I will say fair warning at 6,500. I will make that 6,500.
1918.
1918. Lot 585.
We need 7,500.
One of only 2 graded in the supreme grade is 67. What do we got? We need 7,500 to get me going. I need 75 to open. This is one of only 2 graded in the 60, the superb gem uncirculated 67 EPQ grade. Do I see 7,500 to start?
75?
I do. Yes, I got 75 now. What about 8,000 now? I have the 75 now. What about 8,000 or a cut bid at 77.50? Press that button, Heritage Live.
8,000.
And they do at 8,000 now. What about 85? 85 now to advance. I have 8,000. Do I see an advance at 8,500? Otherwise, I will say fair warning at 8,000, unless there's an advance at 85 or a cut bid at 82.50. I'll make that 8,000.
1918.
1918. Finest known here, lot 586.
10,000.
I have 10,000 now. What about 11? 11,000 to advance. 66 EPQ. I got the 12 now. What about 13? Finest known. I have for the 18.99 $2 silver certificate. I got the 14 now. What about 15? 15,000.
15.
I have 15 now. 16. What about 17? My bid is at 16,000 with my
17.
book bidder. That clears the book with Heritage Live at 17 now. What about 18? 18,000 now to advance. Otherwise, I will say fair warning. I've got 17,500 on the cut, still looking for 18,000 for this finest known 18.99 $2. I have 18 now. What about 19? 19 to advance. Cut bid at 18,500. I'm going to say fair warning. Then at 18,000, unless I see an advance at 18,500, I'll make it 18,000.
1917.
1917. Finest PMG offering in 15 years. Dustin, isn't it just amazing how many of these notes are one of those once in a decade, once in every 2 decades kind of notes from the Golden State Collection? Lot 587.
10,000.
I have the 10,000. Now, do I see 11? 11,000 to advance here. My book bidder has it at 10,000. Do I see 11,000 Heritage Live or a cut bid at 10.5? Like I said, the finest PMG offering in 15 years. I mean, what's that? That's 40% of my life. All right, it's at 10,000. Did I just give away my age, Dustin? Oh, my Lord. It's at 10,000 now. What about 11? 10,500 on the cut. Otherwise, I will say fair warning then at 10,000. I'll make it 10,000. To the internet. Lot 588.
4,000.
4,000 I have. 6,500. What about 7 now? Was that a prior?
65.
65 you said. I do apologize. 65 now, 7, 70, 57. That clears the book. I have 67.50 on the cut, looking for 7 now. 7,000. Well, there's $5. And it is elusive according to our cataloger. And Dustin, I think you can concur on that one, right? 67.50. I need 7,000. I'm going to say fair warning then at 67.50. I'll make that 67.50.
1843.
1843. Over to lot 589, highest graded PMG example for the type. What do we got?
We need 20,000.
I need 20,000 to get me started on this. So I got the 22. Now, what about 22? I got 20 now. I got the 22, 24. Now, what about 26? 26,000. What I need to advance here? My Heritage Life bidder has it at 24. I need 26 now, 28 now. What about 30? Push that button at 30 and keep us rocking and rolling at 30 now, 32 now. What about 34? 34,000. 34,000 is what I need to advance here. My heritage side bidder is at 32,000. I need 34,000 for this the highest PMG graded $5, and it's in a 66 gem uncirculated EPQ holder. Beautiful margins at 32. Do I see 34? A cut bid at 33,000 Heritage Live. Otherwise, I will have to say fair warning then at 32,000 for this pretty thing. And we're going to make it 32,000 then.
7201.
7201. Lot 590.
We need 10,000.
I need 10,000 to start. I got the 10 now. What about 11? 11,000 to advance. This is the small red silver dollar back. I got the 10 now. What about 11? 11 now. 12 now. What about 13? Jumping at 13, Heritage Live. I have the 12. What about 13,000? Cut it at 12,500 now. Choice uncirculated 64 EPQ. I have 12,000 now. What about 13,000? Otherwise, I will say fair warning then at 12,000.
12.5.
Oh, 12,500 on the cut now. 13 now. What about 14? 14,000. I'm going to say fair warning then at 13,000, unless I see an advance at 14,000 or 13,500 on the cut. I'll make that 13,000.
7201.
7201. Lot 591.
We need 60.
I need 62.50 to start me off, and I've got 62.50 now. What about 65? I have it on the cut at 62.50. I've got the 65.7 now. What about 7,500? 7,500 now. I have the 7,000. I need to say I've got the 75 now. Wait, 8 now. What about 85? 85, 8,500 now to advance. 82.50. Still looking for 85. I've got the 85 now. What about 9,000? 9,000 now. None graded high by PMG. I've got 85 now. Do I see 9? 9,000 to advance here. My bid is at 8,500. I need 9 to advance, or a cut bid at 87. I got the 9,995 now. What about 10? 10,000. Press that button at 10. Don't let them cut you out here. At 10 now, I need 10,000 to advance. It's at 9,500. Do I see 10,000?
10,000.
I do. I see the 10,000 now. What about 11? 11,000. Unless I see an advance at 11,000 or a cut bid at 10,500, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to say fair warning at 10,000.
11.
I have 11 now. What about 12? 12,000. I'm going to say fair warning then at 11,000. I'll make that 11,000.
7465.
7465. One of only 4 graded 67 EPQ here. It just seems to be the trend of tonight, isn't it, Dustin? Lot 592, and a wonderful trend. Absolutely a wonderful trend. I love it. What we got, Cynthia?
21,000.
I have 21,000 on the cut. Looking for trade now. 20. I've got 50,000 now. What about 55? 55,000 now to advance. I have the 50,000. Do I see 55,000 now? 67 superb gem uncirculated EPQ. What a wonderful, splendid, with bright colors. Grant smiling at us. I've got 52,500 on the cut, still looking for 55,000. 55,000 is what I need to advance, Heritage Live. The bid is on the cut at 52,500. But like I always say, don't get cut out of all the fun. Push that button at 55,000. Make this yours tonight. It's on the cut. I need 55,000 to advance. Otherwise, I will say fair warning at 52,500. And we'll make that 52,500.
7110.
7110. Definitely the cut of the evening so far. Lot 593.
We need 25,000.
I need 25,000 now to start me off. I've got the 20 now, 25 now. What about 26,000? One of only 2 graded in this supreme grade of superb gem uncirculated 67 EPQ. I've got the 25 now. What about 26? My book bidder has it. I have the 28 now. What about 30? 30,000 now to advance. Don't forget about those cut bids, ladies and gentlemen. It's at 32 now. What about 34? 34,000. As you saw with the previous lot, that was a cut bid that snagged that one. And I hope that continues throughout the night. Use the cut bids. That's at 32, 34,000 now. What about 36,000? My heritage side bidder is at 34,000. I need 36 to advance. Cut bid at 35,000 if that helps. I have it at 34. Do I see 36? one of only two graded in this grade. It's an absolute supreme grade for this extremely elusive type. I've got 34,000. Do I see 36? Yeah, I got the 36 now. What about 38? I've got now 38. What about 40? Rounded up at 40. I have the 38,000 now. Do I see 40,000? 40,000 to advance here. My Heritage Life bidder is at 38,000 and I need 40,000 to advance, or a cut bid at 39,000.
40, 42,
I have 42 now. What about 44? 44 to advance. My bid is at 42,000. Push that button and let's keep rocking and rolling at 44,000 here. I have the 42. Do I see 44,000 or a cut bid at 43,000? Otherwise, I will say fair warning then at 42,000, unless I see I've got the 45 now on the cut now. What about 46? 46,000. I have it at 45,000 on the cut now. I need 46,000 to advance Heritage Life. I'm going to say fair warning then at 45,000, unless I see an advance at 46,000. And we'll make that 45,000.
7201.
7201. Another incredible use of a cut there. Lot 594. 6750 I have now. What about 8,000 now? 8,500. What about 9? 9,000 to advance. I have the 8,500. I need 999 now. What about 9,500? 9,500 to advance here. I'm going to say I've got 92.50 on the cut, still looking for 9,500 Heritage Live. Otherwise, I will say fair warning unless I see an advance at 9,500. I'll make that 92.50.
7405.
7405. Lot 595.
6,500.
I have six. Oh, another one of those, Cynthia. You keep throwing me these curveballs. I've got 7,000 now. What about 7,500? 7,500. At least I didn't have to say this one. I've got 7,000 now. Do I see 7,500? Or a cut bid at 72.50?
7250.
And Heritage Life says yes on the cut. And now I've got full increment again at 75. Now I need 8. 8,000 to advance. I've got the 8 now, 85 now. What about 9? 9,000 to advance here.
9.
I have the 9 now. What about 95? 9,500 to advance.
95.
I do have 95 now, 10. Take advantage before the increment goes up to 1,000. I have 95. Do I see 10,000? Otherwise, I will say fair warning at 9,500. I'll make it 9,500.
1926.
1926. Lot 596. 52.50 on the cut, looking for 55, 70, 50, 8,000 now. What about 85? 8,500 to advance now. I have the 8,000. Do I see an advance at 8,500 Heritage Live? Otherwise, I will say fair warning then at 8,000. I will make that 8,000.
Internet.
To the internet. Lot 597.
3,100.
31 on the cut now, looking for that. I've got 4,000 now, 42. What about 44? I have 4,200. I need 4,400 to advance now.
44.
I do have the 44, 45 now. What about 46? I have 45 on the cut. Now I need 46. 46 to advance. I'm going to say fair warning then at 4,500 on the cut. I'll make that 4,500.
Internet.
To the internet. Over to lot 598.
4,000.
4,000 I have now. I've got 55. What about 6? I've got 55 now. What about 6,000? I have 5,500. Do I see 6,000? 6,000 to advance. $5.1886 silver certificate here at 55. Do I see 6,000? 6,000 now. Last call at 5,500. I'll make that 5,500.
Internet.
The internet. Lot 599.
15,000.
15,000 I have now. I've got 30,000. Jumped all the way up to 30,000, because it is the finest graded by PMG for this type. Also, I sound like a broken record player, from the Golden State Collection with a gem uncirculated 66, just the most insane grades tonight. Dustin, aren't they just the most immaculate grades? Eye-watering grades almost. It's 31,000 on the cut. I need 32,000 to advance. My bid is at 31,000. Here it is. I'm jumping at 32,000. Make it yours tonight at 32,000. Otherwise, I will say fair warning then at 31,000 on the cut for this finest known example, graded by PMG. I'll make that 31,000.
7201.
7201. Lot 600.
We need 7,500.
7,500. I need to.
8,500.
I've got 85 now. What about 9? 9,000 to advance. I have the 8,500. What about 9,000? 66 EPQ. What more can you ask for? It's at 95 now. 10. 10,000. I need 10,000 to advance. I have the 95. I have the 10 now. 11, 12. 12 now to advance.
12.
I have the 12 now. 13. 13. Otherwise, I will say fair warning then. At 12,000, unless I see it advance at 13,000 or 12,500 on the cut, or still looking for 13,000. I
13.
do have the 13 now. What about 14? 14,000. Otherwise, I will say fair warning at 13,000, unless I see an advance at 14 or 13.5 on the cut. I'll make that 13,000.
7112.
7112. Lot 601.
35,000.
And this is Dustin was talking about one of his favorite or his favorite note earlier. This is my favorite note for US currency, which I'm not supposed to or even required to have one, but I do have one, considering that I only deal with world notes mostly.
41.
But I just think this is the most charming, and it doesn't look like anything else the US ever produced. And it's my understanding it portrays electricity on the face. Isn't that right, Dustin? On the $5 educational, and it is in the most supreme grade. Once again, superb gem uncirculated 67. What do we have?
42.
I have 42. I didn't even think about the bidding. I've got 42,000 now. What about 44? I have the 42,000 now. What about 44? 44,000 I need to advance. I've got the 46 now. What about 48? 48,000. I have the 48 now. What about 50? 50 now. What about 55? Everybody wants one of these notes. It's a 55, including myself. I just can't afford one. It's a 55,000 now. What about 60,000? It is the best of the best. It's at 55,000 now. Do I see 60,000? I need 60,000 to advance, or a cut bid at 57,500. It is at 55,000 with my Heritage Life bidder. I need 60,000 to advance, or a cut bid at 57,500. Otherwise, I will say fair warning then at 55,000. I will make it 55,000.
1927.
1927. Congratulations. What a note. Lot 602.
8750.
8750 I have now. 999. What about, I got a prior now. That clears the book at 95 now. What about 10? 10,000 now to advance. I have 95. I need 10,000 to advance. AU example 58 here. It's 95 now. What about 10,000? You saw what the 67 sold for. You know, this is a different note entirely. It's 95,000 now. What about 10,000?
97.
I have 9750 on the cut now. What about 10? 10,000. I have 9750 on the cut. I need 10,000 to advance. Otherwise, I will say fair warning then for this coveted example from the educational series, $5. I make that 9750.
1797.
1797. All right, lot 603.
6250.
6250 on the cut now. What about 65? 6,500 to advance. My Heritage Live bidder has it at 6250 on the cut. I need 6,500 to advance. XF40, nothing wrong with it. Beautifully presentable. It's at 6250. Do I see 65?
65.
I do have 65 now. What about 7,000? I've got the 6750, and that's now I need 7. I need 7 now to advance. I'm going to say fair warning then at 6750 on the cut. I make that 6750.
1855.
1855. All right, lot 604. Gem uncirculated 65. EPQ, beautiful note, absolutely stunning. Wish I could own one. What do we got?
22,000.
22,000 now. What about 24? 24,000 now here to advance. I have the 22,000 with my book bidder Jump in Heritage Live at 24,000. I have 22,000. Do I see an advance at 24,000, or perhaps a cut bid at 23,000? With a stunning example in gem grade, I have the 22,000. Do I see an advance at 24,000? Otherwise, I will call fair warning at 22,000. I'll make that 22,000 to the internet. Lot 605.
20,000.
I have 20,000 now. What about 22? 22 to advance. Same grade, but this with PCGS banknote at 65 PPQ is at 20,000. Do I see 22? 22 to advance. Cap it at 21. Otherwise, I will say fair warning at 20,000. And I make that 20,000
Internet,
to the internet. Lot 606.
12,000.
12,500 I have now. What about 13? 13,000 now to advance. I have it on the cut at 12,500 with my book bidder. Do I see an advance at 13,000 Heritage Live? Otherwise, I will say fair warning at 12,500. I'll make it 12,500
Internet,
to the internet. All right, then lot 607, tied for finest graded with both services. What do we have?
16,000.
16,000 I've got now. What about 17? 17,000 now here to advance. Iconic example here, the cheap $5. I've got 16. Do I see 17? 17,000, or cup it at 16,500. 67 PPQ. What a grade. I got 16 now. Do I see 17? 17,000. Otherwise, I will say fair warning at 16,000. Make that 16,000
Internet,
to the internet. Lot 608.
10,500.
I have 10,500 now. 11, 11, 11, 11, 11. I have $11,111. I need 12,000 to advance or a cut, but at 11,500. 66 gem unsegregated EPQ with a none finer PMG offering. I have $11,111. Don't make you say that again. Bid at 12,000 or a cut, but 11,500 to advance here. Otherwise, I will say fair warning at $11,111. And we'll sell it for $11,111
Internet,
to the internet. All right, lot 609.
67,50.
6750 on the cut, looking for 772.50. I have now. What about 7,500? 7,500 to advance. I got 75 now. What about 8,000 now. I do have the 7,500 now. What about 8,000? 8,000 to advance. I'm going to say fair warning there at 7,500. I'll make that 7,500.
1744.
1744. Lot 610.
We need 5,000.
5,000 to start here. I do have the 5 now. What about 55? 55, I need to advance here. How says your phone bidder, Susan? I have the 5,000 now. What about 55? 55, I need to advance or a cut bid at 52. I've got the 59 now at 6,000. I've got 6,000 now with Heritage Live. How says your phone bidder at 6,500 now? 65 is gone. I've got now 65. What about 7,000? I have 6,500 with Heritage Live. How says your phone bidder, Susan, at 7,000 or a cut bid at 67.50? Otherwise, I will say fair warning at 6,500 with Heritage Live.
6750.
67.50 on the cut now. 7,000. I have 60 at 7,000 now. What about 7,500? Push that button at 7,500 Heritage Live. Don't let them cut you out here. I have 7 now. What about 75? I will say fair warning then at 7,000 with my Heritage Live. But 75 now. What about 8,000 now.
7750.
77.50 now. Still looking for 8,000. 8,000 to advance. Last call at 77.50 on the cut. I'll make that 77.50.
7221.
7221. Lot 611.
67,50.
67.50 I have now. What about 8,000? 8,000 I have now. 8,500. 8,500 is what I need to advance here. Heritage Live. 66 PPQ for this popular type. I have 8 now. What about 85? 85 to advance. My bid is at 8,000. Do I see an advance?
85.
I do have 85 now. What about 9? 9,000 now. 9,000 to advance.
9.
I do have the 9 now. What about 95? Heritage Live has it at 9. Do I see 9,500 or a cut bid at 92.50? Last call then at 9,000. I'll make that 9,000.
7171.
7171. Lot 612.
6,111.
65.
I think you're doing this intentionally, Cynthia. I got 6,500 now. What about 7? 7 I have now. 75. I have 75 now. What about 8? 8 I've got now. 85 now. What about 9,000?
9.
9 I have. 95 now. 95. 66 PPQ. I have the 9,000 looking for 95. 9,500 to advance. Otherwise, I will say fair warning at 9,000. I'll make that 9,000.
7171.
7171. All right, over to the porthole now. 67 PPQ on this one, lot 613.
7,500.
7,500, I have 8,000 now. What about 85? 8,500 now. I have the 8,000. Do I see 8,500? 8,500 I have now. What about 9,000 to advance, or a cut bid at 8,750? I need 9,000 Heritage Life to advance. Otherwise, I will say fair warning at 8,500 unless I see an advance at 9,000. 9,000 I have now 95. 95 now. My bid is with my Heritage Life bidder at 9,000, and I need 9,500 to advance.
95.
I do have the 95 now. What about 10? 10,000. Jump in at 10,000. Take advantage before the big bid increment goes up to 1,000. 97.50 on the cut. Still looking for 10,000. And as I said, there we go at 10. I don't need to explain anymore. 10,000 now. What about 11? 11,000. Now the cut bid is 10,500. I'm going to say fair warning then at 10,000. I will make that 10,000.
1849.
1849. Lot 614.
7,250.
I've got 72.50 now, 85 now, 99. 9,000 to advance. I've got 8,500. Do I see 9,000? How says your phone bidder, Susan? I've got 85. Do I have 9? Do I have 9? I have a cut bid at 87.50 on the phone here in Dallas. 87.50 now. I need 999. I have now. What about 95? 95 now to advance. My bid is at 9,000. I need 9,500. Heritage Life, at no moment are you excluded from this fund. Jump right in at 95. And Heritage Life says, yes, heck yeah. I've got 95 now. What about 10? 10,000. How says your phone bidder, Susan? I'm at 95 with Heritage Life. Do I see 10,000? I've got 9,500 with Heritage Life. I need 10,000 to advance. Otherwise, I will say I've got a bid here with Susan's phone bidder at 10,000. Now I need 11,000. 11,000 to advance. 66 EPQ is seen on this phenomenal example. I've got 10,000 now. What about 11? 11. I've got 10,500 now with Heritage Life. Now I need 11,000, Susan. My Heritage Life bidder has it at 10,500. I need 11,000. I've got 10,000 with my Heritage Life bidder, and I'm going to say fair warning unless I see it advance at 11,000. And we'll make that 10,500 on the cut.
7112.
7112. Lot 615.
7,250.
72.50 now. What about 8,000 now? What about 85? 85 now. What? 8,500 now to advance. My bid is at 8,000. Do I see 85? How says your phone bidder, Susan? I've got 85 now. What about 9? 9,000 now to advance. Heritage Life has it at 85 now. 9. I need 9 to advance. I've got 9 now. Now I need 95. I have 9,000 now. What about 9,500? 9,500 or cut bid at 92.50. I have 9,000. Do I see an advance at 9,500? Otherwise, I will say fair warning at 9,000. I'll make that 9,000.
7435.
7435. Porthole Star, lot 616.
97.50.
97.50 on the cut now. 10 now. What about 11? 11,000 to advance. I have 10,000. I have 10,500 now with Heritage Life. Now 11,000. What about 12? 12,000 now. My bid is at 11,000 with my Heritage Life bidder. I need 12,000 now here to advance. Cut bid at 11,500 if that helps at all. Yes, and they say yay at 11,500. Now I'm still looking for 12,000. 12,000 to advance. My bid is at 11,500 on the cut, and I need 12 to advance. Otherwise, I will say fair warning then on the cut at 11,500. And we'll make that 11,500.
1928.
1928. Lot 617.
6,000.
I have 6,000 now. What about 65?
8,500.
85 now. What about 9? 9,000 to advance. My bid is at 8,500. I need 9,000 to advance. I have the 9 now. What about 95? 95 now. What about 10? 10,000 now.
10.
I have the 10 now. 11 now. 12. 12,000. I need 12,000 to advance. Heritage Live. Don't forget about your cut bids. I have 11,000 now. What about 12 or a cut bid at 11,500? I will say fair warning then at 11,000.
11,500.
I have 11,000. You see, if you don't ask, you don't get. Just this is the way it goes. I have 11,500 now. What about 12? 12,000 to get me on full increment. Last call then at 11,500 on the cut. I'll make it 11,500.
7182.
7182. Lot 618.
6001.
6,001. I need 6,500 now, or a cut bid at 62.50 for us to advance. My book bidder,
65?
that clears the book at 65 now. What about 7,000?
67.
58, choice about uncirculated with the EPQ. Of course, I've got 7 now. What about 75? 75 now here to advance. I have 7,000 with Heritage Life. Do I see an advance at 75? I've got 72.50 on the cut now. Still looking for 7,500. I have 72.50 on the cut. I need 7,500 now. Do I see 7,500 or I will have to say fair warning at 72.50 on the cut?
75.
That is at 75 full increment. I need 8,000 now. What about 85? 85 now to advance, or a cut bid at 82.50.
82.
I have 82.50 now, 85. 85 to advance. I'm going to say fair warning. I've got the 85 now. What about 9? Take us to 9, Heritage Live. It's at 85. I need 9,000 to advance. Otherwise, I will say fair warning. I've got the 9 now. What about 95? 95, I have now 10. 10,000. 10,000 to advance. Problem free here, $10 silver. I have 95 now. What about 10?
10.
I've got the 10 now, 11. 11,000 now to advance. Otherwise, I will say fair warning then at 10,000, unless I see an advance at 11. 11 I've got now. What about 12? 12,000 now, or a cut bid at 11.5. Last call then at 11,000. I'll make that 11,000.
7465.
7465. Lot 619.
8500.
Finest graded by PMG to be offered publicly at auction. I've got 10,000 now, 11,000 to advance. I have the 10,000 now. I need 11,000 Heritage Life. Choice uncirculated 64. I have 11,000 now. What about 12? 12,000 now. I have 11,000. I need 12,000 to advance, or cut bid at 11,500. I've got the 12 now. What about 13? 13 I have now, 14. 13,500 now, 14. I need 14,000 to advance here. I have it on the cut with my Heritage Life bidder at 13,500. Do I see 14? I need 14 now to advance. Otherwise, I will say fair warning at 13,500 on the cut. I'll make that 13,500.
14.
14 now. What about 15? I have the 14 now. Now I need 15,000, or a cut bid at 14,500. I will say fair warning.
15.
I've got the 15 now. What about 16? I've got 15 now. What about 16,000? 16,000. The finest graded by PMG to be offered publicly at auction. And it's at 15,000. Push that button at 16,000 and make it yours today. It's at 15. Do I see 16? 16,000 to advance, or cut bid at 15.5. Otherwise, I will say fair warning at 15,000. I will make that 15,000.
1917.
1917. Lot 620.
5000.
5,000 I have now. What about 5,500? I have 5,000 now. I need 5,500 to advance. My bid is at 5,000. Do I see 5,500? Otherwise, I will say fair warning. I've got 52, 55 now. Now I need 6,000. 6,000 to advance now. I have the 5,500. I need 6,000 to advance, or a cut bid at 57.50. Otherwise, I will say fair. I've got the 57 now. What about 6,000? I have 57.50 on the cut. I'm looking for 6. Otherwise, I will say fair warning then at 57.50. I'll make that 57.50.
1899.
You said 1899.
99.
All right, lot 621.
3500.
I've got 35 now. What about 36? 36 I've got now. What about 38? 3,800 now to advance. My bid is at 36, 37 now on the cut now. 38 now. What about 4? 4,000 to advance. Robert Morris silver certificate at 3,800. I need 4. 4 I have 42. 4,200.
41.
I've got 41 on the cut. 42 I have now. What about 44? 44 now to advance. My bid is with Heritage Live at 42. I've got the 43 now on the cut. Do I see 44? 44. Otherwise, I will say fair warning at 4,300. I'll make that 4,300.
1929.
1929. Incredible tombstone here. One of the finest. Impeccable grade. Golden State collection, of course. It is graded as choice uncirculated 64. Lot 622.
We need 17,500. 17,500.
I need 17,500 to start me. I got that. 29 now. What about 22? 22,000 now here to advance. It's at 20,000. I need 22,000 for the stunningly graded example from the Golden State Collection. I have 20. Do I see 22? If I need 22 to advance, or a cut bid at 21,000. Press that button at 22, or use your cut if it's available. I have the 20. Otherwise, I will say fair warning then at 20,000. And we will make that 20,000.
7201.
7201. Lot 623.
20,000.
Tied for the finest graded on this one. Again, choice and circulate 64. I've got 24 now. What about 26? I have 24,000 with my book bidder here to my right. Let's continue.
26.
I was about to say, let Cynthia not win, because she always shouts at me at that, but we got 28 now. What about 30? 30,000 now to advance. My Heritage Life bidder is at 28 now. They're at 30. 30,000 I have now. What about 32? 32,000 to advance. For this example that is tied, finest graded. For this example, I've got 31 on the cut now. What about 32? 32,000. I have the 31,000 on the cut with Heritage Live. Now I have 32. What about 34? 34,000 to advance. Heritage Live currently has it at 32. I need 34 to advance, or a cut bid at 33. I'm going to say fair warning then for this incredible example of this type at a 32,000, unless I see an advance at 34, or a cut bid at 33,000. And we'll make that 32,000.
1918.
1918. Lot 624.
4,000.
4,000 I have now. What about 42? 42,000. I've got the 42. 44 now. What about 46? 4,600.
46.
I've got the 46. That clears the book now. And Cynthia clearly doesn't look very happy about that. I've got 48 now. What about 5? I've got 48. I've got the 5 now. What about 5,500? I have 5,000 now. I need 5,500, or a cut bid at 5,250.
55.
I have 50 now. What about 6? 6,000 to advance here. AU 58 on this one, 55 on this one. I've got 6 now, 65. 65 to advance. Heritage Life has it at 6. I need 65 to advance, or a cut bid at 62.50. Otherwise, I will say fair warning at 6,000, unless I see an advance at 65. I will make that 6,000.
7108.
7108. All right, lot 625. Tied for finest known tombstone here, 1891. Superb gem, uncirculated, 67 EPQ from the Golden State Collection. What have we got?
You need 20,000.
I need 20,000 to get me started, and that's why I got 28 now. It jumps right to 28 now. They understand that the absolute quality of this item or example is at 28,000. Now I need 30,000. It's at 28,000. Now do I see an advance at 30,000, or a cut bid at 29? Don't get cut out here. Press that button, Heritage Live. Make this yours tonight at 30,000. It's at 28,000. Do I see an advance? I need an advance at 30,000, or a cut bid at 29.
29.
29, there we go on the cut. I'm loving the cut action tonight. Dustin, the cutting has just been great, phenomenal tonight. I've got there, everybody clearly got the memo. I've got 29 on the cut. I need 30,000 to advance. I've got 29,000 on the cut. Do I see 30,000?
30.
I do see the 30,000. Now I need 32,000. 32,000 for this tied example, for this tombstone tight with a grade of superb gem uncirculated 67 EQQ. On the cut now, 31. On 31, I need 32,000. Go to 32,000, Heritage Life. I've got 31,000 now, 32. Now, what about 34? 34. Why stop there? Press that button at 34. Make this yours. It's at 32. I need 34,000. It's at 32. What about 34,000, or a cut bid at 33? Last call then, unless I see an advance at 34,000, or a cut bid at 33,000. Fair warning. And we'll make that 32,000.
7201.
7201. All right, this will be my last lot for tonight. I mean, not for tonight, for now. Before I pass you back to Dustin. Lot 626.
15,000.
15,000 I have now. What about 16 now? 19 now? What about 20? 20,000 now. Tied for finest graded by PMG. I got 19,000. I got 20 now. What about 22? 22 now. What about 24? 24,000 now. I've got 22,000. I got 24, 26, 28 now. 28,000 is what I need to advance. It's at 26. I got 28, 30, 30. What about 32? 32 to advance. Feel like a conductor. I've got 30,000 now. What about 32,000? I have the 32 now, 33 now on the cut now. What about 34? 34,000 Heritage Live, jumping at 30. That clears the book at 34,000. Now 34,000 with Heritage Live. Do I see an advance at 36? 36 now to advance. I've got the 35,000 on the cut now. What about 36? Still looking for 36. They say yes at 36 now. What about 38? 38,000. It's at 38. It's at 36,000. I need 38,000 to advance. A cut bid at 37. I'm going to say fair warning at 36,000 unless I see an advance at 38,000 or a cut bid at 37. Fair warning then at 36,000. I'll make that 36,000.
1917.
1917. Is this my last lot? Or, right. I apologize. You're going to have to bear with me for one more lot, at least for now. Lot 6 at 27. The lone finest PMG graded example at auction. What do we got?
You need 20,000.
I need 20,000 to start me off, and easily we get that at 20 now. What about 22? 22 now. What at 24? What about 26? 26,000 to advance. I got 25 now. 26. What about 28? 28,000 to advance. My bid is at 26,000 with Heritage Live. I need 28,000 to advance here. Cut bid at 27. 27,000 might do the trick, but I can't promise that. Of course, it's at 30,000, and I couldn't promise that, of course. It's at 30,000 now. What at 32 now? What about 34? I have it at 32,000 with Heritage Life. Do I see an advance at 34,000 or a cut bid at 33? Lone finest by graded by PMG, 66 gem uncirculated. And of course, from the Golden State Collection, I have 32,000 now. What about 34,000? 34,000 to advance. If I only had $1 for every time I said that right, Dustin, I have 32,000 now. What about 34? 34,000 to advance or a cut bid at 33. Don't get cut out here. Make this yours tonight. Bid that button or press that button at 34,000. Otherwise, I will have to say fair warning at 32,000.
33.
33, there we go on the cut. Loving the cut action at 33 now. What about 34? 34 to advance. Bring me back to increment Heritage Live at 34. I need 34 to advance.
34.
I do have the 34 now. What about 36? 36 to advance. I've got the 34 with Heritage Live. I have 34 now. What about 36? I'm going to say fair warning at 34,000 unless I see an advance at 36 or a cut bid at 36 now. What about 38? 38 to advance. My Heritage Live bidder currently has it at 36,000, but I'm going to say fair warning at 36 unless I see an advance at 38,000 or a cut bid at 37. Fair warning then at 36,000. And we'll make that 36,000.
1930.
1930. All right, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to all the winning bidders. I'm going to pass you back to Dustin. Happy bidding.
Thank you, Craig. All right, continuation of silver certificates with another incredible piece from the Golden State Collection, lot 628.
15,000.
15,000, looking for 16. 15.5, we have now 16,000. Mind you, this is XF40. There are no AUs and no UNCs known. No UNCs at all for even the type. We're at 15,500, looking for 16,000. It's an unusually nice example of a very, very rare type. We're at 15,500, looking for 16,000. Fair warning here at 15,500. Anything else? Heritage Live. 15,500 to
1931.
1931. Lot 629.
19,000.
19,000, looking for 20. 20 we have, looking for 22,000. Again, no uncirculated examples known for the type. We're at 20,000, looking for 22,000.
22.
22 we have now, 24. We're at 22,000, looking for 24,000. We're at 22, looking for 24,000. We'll take the cut at 23, 22 to 24, or the cut at 23,000. Fair warning here. And this will be 22,000 to
7202.
7202, lot 630.
You need 6250.
6250 to start. We're again $20 silver, 1880. The wonderful back that is unlike the other notes of the period, printed in black, brownish black. We're looking for 6250, a really nice choice font, VF 35. We've got the 6250 looking for 6,500. 250 more to get back on increment.
65.
65 we have, now 7. We're at 65, looking for 7. We have 6,500, we'll take 6,750. Fair warning here at 6,500. And we'll make this 6,500 to
1899.
1899. Lot 631.
6250.
6250 to 6500. Another early silver silver type, 1880, Friedberg 312, very fine 20. We're at 6250 looking for 6500. Problem-free example, which is very, very rare for this type because they were so rare. They were very early on. Early collectors tended to fix these. We're at 6250 looking for 6500. Fair warning. And this will be 6250 to the internet. Lot 632.
3700.
3700 looking for 38. 4200 now 44. We're at 4200 looking for 44. We'll also take the cut at 4300.
44.
44 to 46. We're at
45.
45 now 46. We've got the cut at 45 looking for 4600. We're at 45, 46 now 48. We have 4,600 looking for 48. Fair warning here at 4,600. And this will be 4,600 too.
1929.
1929. Another incredible example. Again, no uncirculated examples known for the type. Lot 633.
We need 25,000.
25,000 to start.
25.
25 we have, now 26. We're at 25,000, 1,000 more to play. It'd be at 26,000. Incredible closed back design used for the 1886 series. These notes very quickly redeemed out of circulation. We're at 25,000, looking for 26,000. Fair warning here on one of the nicest examples that you'll find for the entire type of 1886 20s.
26.
26 we have, now 28, now 30,000. We're at 28,000, looking for 30. I can't stress how great this note is. We're at 28,000, looking for 30.
29.
29, now 30, now 32,000. We're at 30,000, looking for 32,000. Mind you, mid-grade examples of this are often in the teens and 20s. We're at 30,000, looking for 32, or the cut at 31,000. Remember, we started at 25. That was not a used cut. The bidders here should have both cuts available. We're at 30, looking for 32. Fair warning. And this will be 30,000 to
7201.
7201. Lot 634.
We need 35,000.
We need 35,000. 35 we have, now 36.
36.
36 we've got, 38 now 40,000.
40.
40 now 42,000. We're at 40 looking for 42,000 or the cut at 41. Again, same example, no unks known. Golden State did it right, all the finest known. We're at 41,000, 40 to 42. We've got the cut at 41,000 looking for 42. 42 we have, now 44,000. We're at 42,000 looking for 44.
44.
44 we've got, now 46. We have 44 looking for 46,000. Fair warning here at 44,000. We will also take the cut at 45. And this will be, and remember too, this is tied for finest known. All the 1886 closed back $20. This will be 44,000 to
1917.
1917. Lot 635.
23,000.
23,000, looking for 24. Again, tied for finest known for the Roman numeral 20 overprint. We're at 26,000, looking for 28. 30,000 now with the internet bid. Back to you, Heritage Live at 32,000. We've got 30, looking for 32,000. Take the cut at 31. Fair warning here at 30,000. Exceptional grade, 66 EPQ. There are no 67s. Anybody else? And we'll make this 30,000 to the internet. Lot 636.
5,500.
5,500.
6250.
6250, 6,300. That's all the money, isn't it, Cynthia?
65.
65 we've got, now 7,000, 7 to 7,500. We have 7,000 looking for 7,500. We're at 7,000 looking for 7,500. Also,
7250.
we've got the cut at 7,250, now back to 7,500. Fair warning here at 7,250. And we'll make this 7,250 to
1900.
1900. After the auction, please look at the political arguments of the time to see what our ad is about here, with the page break that we used, talking about the ratio of silver to gold in our economy and how it affected politics at the time. All right, lot 637.
We need 100,000.
$100,000 to play. This is a 2-number type. There's only 3 available notes. One has not been offered at auction.
100,000.
We have 100,000 looking for 110,000. 88,000 of these printed. Earlier in the evening, we were looking at the 50s from 1878, the legal tenders. These are much scarcer in silver certificate form. Again, these used to transport funds across the country before immediately being withdrawn from circulation. The fact that this exists is incredibly, incredibly rare. We're at 100,000 looking for 110,000 or the cut at 105,000.
105.
105 we have now, 110,000. An exceptionally rare type.
110.
110 now, 120,000.
Who's on it?
I'm not on that page. We're at 110 looking for 120,000. We're at 110 looking for 120,000. Fair warning at 110. We'll also take another cut here at 150. We have 120 looking for 130.
125.
125, now 130. We've got the cut at 125 looking for 130. If you're a specialist in silver certificate types, this is a must-have. Again, one other appearance at auction in the last 30 to 40 years outside of this note, 130 to 140.
140.
The other Friedberg number accounting for this type has not been offered publicly. 6 total available, 3 of those in private institutions or government collections. We're at 140 looking for 150. We have 140,000 looking for 150.
150.
150 now 160.
160.
160 to 170. We have 160 looking for 170,000. I know there were 2 cuts. If there's 3 bidders here, there's another cut available. 170 to 180.
180.
180 now 190. Or 180 looking for 190. 185 now and 190.
190.
We've got 3 bidders now since we started. We're at 190 looking for 200. We have 190 looking for 200,000. We're 190 looking for 200,000. Round it up before we start going to $20,000 increments here. We're at 190 looking for 200,000. Fair warning on what is likely the rarest note in this catalog and this auction, this offering, 190 to 200,000. And we'll make this 190,000 to,
200,000.
we have 200,000, looking for 220.
Maybe someone else is in agreement.
This note is fantastic. I absolutely love it. We're at 200,000, looking for $220,000. Fair warning here at $200,000.
220,000.
We have the 220, now looking for 240,000 or the cut at 230. I did give you time. The other person came in right at the last minute. We're at 220, looking for 240,000. Fair warning here at $220,000. Absolutely love this note. Loved cataloging it. We're at 220, looking for 240. Fair warning,
240.
240 we have, now 260. We're at 250 or 240, looking for 260. Again, fair warning. I know the methodology here in waiting to bid until the last minute. Somebody's going to lose. We're at 240, looking for 260. Fair warning. And we'll make this 240,000. 260 we have, now 280. We're at 260, looking for $280,000. Fair warning at 260,000. And we'll make this 260,000 to
7435.
7435. Congratulations on an all-time American rarity. Lot 638.
15,000.
15,000. 16 we have, now 17. We have 16 looking for 17 or the cut at 16.5. We're at 16,000 looking for 17. Fair warning here at 16,000. 16.5 we have, 17 now 18. We're at 17 looking for 18,000. We have 17 looking for 18 or the cut at 17.5. Fair warning here, again, this Roman numeral overprint only seen on the 1870s issues and earliest of 1880s. Not used very long. All of those print runs extraordinarily small. We're looking at 17,000 to 18. Fair warning.
18.
18 we have, now 19. We're at 18,000 looking for 19. Fair warning. Give you the 19 or the cut at 18.5. And we'll make this 18,000 to
7201.
7201. Lot 639.
Need 25,000.
25,000 to start. 25 we've got, now 26. And of course, we've got the 25. Looking for 26. This note in the VF30 holder looks incredible. On the back, vivid detail from PMG. We're at 28,000 looking for 30. 30 to 32, now 34. Problem-free, exceptional colors, exceptional inks, great paper. 36 to 38. We're at 36,000 looking for 38. Incredibly low survival rate here. A great many of the notes locked up in the ANA and other collections. We're at 36,000 to 38. Collections you can't touch, including the Smithsonian.
37.
We're at 37 looking for 38. 37,000 looking for 38. And as you would expect from the Golden State Collection, one of the finest examples that you're going to find for the entire type, a condition census rarity, which means one of the top 10 examples from the entire design type. Fair warning, on the cut at 37,000, I need 38,000 to continue. And we'll make this 37,000 to
7202.
7202. Lot 640,
12,500.
12,500 to 13. We're opening on the cut, looking for 13,000. We've 12,500 looking for 13. Fair warning here at 12,500. And this will be 12,500 to
Internet.
the internet. Lot 641,
20,000.
20,000 to 22,000, 28, now 30. Internet bid right now on top at 30,000. Heritage Live, you need to be at 32,000 or the cut at 31. We're at 30 looking for 32. 65 EPQ, one of the finest out there. Nice open back in the 1891 Silver Certificate Series. I think this denomination doesn't get its credit when you talk about the 20s and the 10s that just set wonderful, wonderful prices. We're at 30 looking for 32. Fair warning. And this will be 30,000 to
Internet,
Lot 642.
5750.
5750 to 6,000. 6,000 we have. Prior 6,000 here. Heritage Live 6250 with the cut, looking for 65. We're at 6250, looking for 6,500. Fair warning here at $6,250. Anybody else at 6,250? Fair warning. And this will be 6,250 with the cut to
7161.
7161, lot 643.
8,000.
$8,000. $8,000. 13,000 now. We're on the nice ornate back Treasury Ace in 66 EPQ. We're at 13,000, looking for 14 or the cut at 13.5. We're at 13.5, now 14, now 15. Internet bid right now at 14,000, looking for 15. Fair warning at 14,000.
15.
15, we've got 16. Now back to you, Heritage Live at 17,000. Internet bid back on top at 16. 17,000 or the cut at 16.5. Fair warning here at 16,000.
16.5.
17, now 18. We're at 17, looking for 18,000.
18.
18, 19, now 20. We're 19, looking for 20,000. We have a prior 20, Heritage Live, you got to come back in. Cut the bid here if you want. We're at 22,000 or 21 with the cut. Fair warning. Internet back on top. If you're on Heritage Live, 22, there it is. We've kicked out the prior, we're at 22,000, looking for 24 or the cut at 23. Fair warning. And this will be 22,000 to
1930.
1930. Lot 644.
Need 5,000.
5,000 to start. Tied for finest known, Stanton Ace, 67 EPQ, Friedberg 351. We need 5,000 to start. Incredibly rare note. In our description I was reading earlier, 2,500 Stanton Aces known, all Friedberg numbers, all grades. Incredible. There's more 1881S Morgan silver dollars in this building than there are the entirety of Stanton Aces. We're at 5,000, looking for 5,500. Fair warning here at 5,000. Take 5,500 or the cut at 5,250. Anybody else?
5250.
5,250 we have, now 5,500. Back to you, Heritage Live at 5,500.
55.
55, now 6. We have 55, looking for 6,000. Fair warning, 5,750, now 6,000. We've had 2 cut bids. We need 6,000 to keep going. Fair warning with the 5,750. Again, tied for finest known, 6,000 to 6,500. There's a new entrant. We also can have another cut bid here at 6,250. Fair warning at 6,000. And we'll make 6,500. We have now 7,000. We've got the 6,500, looking for 7,000. Fair warning here at 6,500. Give me 7,000 or the cut at 6,750. We'll make the 6,500 to
1704.
1704. Lot 645.
3,000.
3,000 to 3,200.
100.
4,200.
4,200 here with the internet bid. Back to you, Heritage Live at 4,400. We've got 4,200 up here, 44 to play, or the cut at 4,300. Again, tied for finest.
44.
There are no 68s. This one, another Friedberg number versus the other one. If you just bought lot 644, you get an all-new Friedberg number here.
46.
We're at 46, looking for 48. The internet bid now kicked out. We're at 4,600, looking for 48.
47.
47 to 48. On the cut at 47, looking for 4,800. 48 now 5,000.
49.
49 now 5,000. We're at 49 looking for 5,000.
5.
5 to 55. We're at 5 looking for 55.
55.
55 now 6. 55 to 6, or the cut at 57.50. Fair warning here at 5,500. Anything else?
57.50.
57.50 with the cut, now 6,000. 250 to get back on increment, 6, now 6,500. We're at 6,000 looking for 6,500. Fair warning here at 6,000. Also take the cut bid at 62.50 if there's a new entrant. And we'll make this 6,000 to
1704.
1704, lot 646.
25,000.
25,000, 38,000, now 40,000. This is similar to the ace that we just sold on the previous page. 65 EPQ, McPherson Deuce, an incredible grade rarity with the closed back. No finer offerings in a decade. You walk away from tonight, it could be another decade or more before you run into something this nice. Again, the theme of the Golden State Collection from cover to cover. We're at 38,000, 40 we've got, now 42,000. We're at 40, looking for 42,000 or the cut at 41. Fair warning here at 40,000. Again, you're looking at another long, long wait before you find anything this nice. We're at 42, looking for 44. 42 to 44, or again, the cut.
44.
44 now 46. The cut right now, only $1,000 extra. For 44 to 46,000. Fair warning here. 44 to 46,000.
45.
45 with the cut, now to 46,000. We have 45. Fair warning. We need the 1,000 extra to get back on
46.
increment. 46 we have, now 48. We have the 46 looking for 48. Fair warning here at 46,000.
48.
48 we've got, now 50. We're at 48,000 looking for 50. If you haven't expended your cut bid yet, it's 49,000 before we get to the $5,000 increments. We're at 48,000 to 50.
49.
49, now 50,000. We're at 49 looking for 50,000. 50 now to 55,000. We have the 50, we're looking for 55,000. Fair warning here on one of the hardest notes to replace in the Golden State Collection. We're at 50 to 55,000. Fair warning. And we'll make this 55,000 to
1930.
5,000 or 50,000?
55,000, right?
50,000.
Oh, sorry, 50,000. To 1930?
Yes.
Lot 647.
6250?
6250 to 6500. We're on the cut increment right now, 250 to play to 6500.
65.
65 we have, now 7. Internet bid is knocked out. We're at 6500 to 7. This is all you Heritage Live. 6,500 to 7, or the cut at 6750.
7.
7 we've got, now 7,500. We're at 7,000 looking for 7,500. 7250 to 75. We're at 7250 to 75. Fair warning here at 7250. Again, we've got the cut. We're looking for 75. Fair warning here. We'll make this 7250 to
1932.
1932. All right. Another McPherson deuce. This one, a scarcer Friedberg number, 66 EPQ. We're looking at lot 648.
37,500.
We're at 37,500. We're at $55,000, looking for 60. We have 55,000. We're looking for 60,000, or the cut at 57.5. The other McPherson deuce did well. Again, an incredible rarity that you're not going to run into again. This Friedberg number, different stats, 66 EPQ, absolutely phenomenal. Looking for 60,000. If you have remorse for missing out on the other one, here's your chance at another incredible piece. We're at 57.5, looking for 60. We have 57.5 on the cut, looking for $60,000. These notes were absolutely fantastic, nearly bankrupted our country. Western miners would be paid in silver and then immediately cash these in. I'm sorry, they would be paid for their silver with these notes and immediately go back and cash them in for gold. The disparity in the value between the gold and the silver nearly bankrupted the Treasury. They put a screeching halt on the entire Treasury certificate program. That's why you only have 2 series, very short-lived group of notes, incredibly rare. We're at $57,500, looking for 60. Fair warning. And we'll make this 57.5 to
1932.
1932. If you can't tell, I love my Treasury certificates. Lot 649.
4,600.
4,600 to 48. Or 4,600 looking for 4,800. 65 EPQ, open back, Series 1891. 46 looking for 48.
47.
47 we've got, 48 here with the internet bid. Back to you, Heritage Live at 5,000. We're at 4,800 looking for 5,000. Fair warning. We'll make this 4,800 to
Amen.
the internet. Lot 650.
6,750.
6,750 to 7,000.
7,500.
8,000.
8,000, now 8,500. Internet bid
8,250.
85, now 9,000. We're at 8,500 here with the internet bid. Heritage Live, you need to be at 9,000 or the cut at 8,750. Again, tied for finest graded here. It's worthy of the Golden State Collection. It is certainly worthy of the finest cabinets anywhere. 67 EPQ, open back,
750.
9,000 here. Back to you, Heritage Live at 9,500. We have the 9,000. We need 9,500 or the cut at 9,250. Fair warning here at 9,000. Again, that cut's available. And we'll make this 9,000 to
Amen.
internet. Lot 651.
2,600.
2,600 to 28.
36.
3,600, now 38. Internet back on top at 3,600. Heritage Live, you've got to keep going. We're at 36, looking for 38.
4,000.
4,000 to 4,200. Back in your court, Heritage Live. We're at 4,000 with the internet bid, 4,200 to play, or 4,100 with the cut. Fair warning here at 4,000.
42.
42, 44 here, now 46. We've got the 44, looking for 46, or the cut. Fair warning at 4,400. And we'll make this 4,400 to
Amen.
internet. Lot 652.
You need 15,000.
We need 15,000. 15, now 16. We're at 15, looking for 16. Regarding the regarding the treasuries, this has never been offered in any grade finer. The Friedberg 359, we're at 17, looking for 18. 19, now 20. We're at 19, looking for 20.
20.
20 to 22. We have 20, looking for 22,000. An immaculate type and 65 EPQ. Don't wait around for a finer example. May not happen in your lifetime. We're at 20,000, looking for 22,000. Fair warning here at 20. Remember, there's a $21,000 cut bid on the table that you can use. It's the button on the left. Fair warning at 20,000. And we'll make this 20,000 to
7201.
7201. Lot 653.
You need 10,000.
10,000 to start.
10,000.
We're at 10,000 looking for 11. Again, another example where the Golden State delivers. No finer offerings have ever made auction appearances for the Friedberg 361. Don't let this opportunity pass you up. We're at 10,000 looking for 11. 66 EPQ, 10,500 with the cut, now 11,000.
11.
11 to 12. We're at 11 looking for 12,000. Again, the last example of this grade at auction doubled where we're at right now. We're at 12,000 looking for 13. Got 12 looking for 13 or the cut at 12.5.
12.5.
12.5 we've got now 13. We're 12,500 looking for 13,000. Fair warning here at 12.5. Again, we're just looking for $500 more to get back on increment. Fair warning at 12,500. And we'll make this 12,500 to
7201.
7201. Lot 654.
6750.
6750 to 7,000. We're off increment right now, 250 more to go, 6750 to 7,000. Fair warning here at 6750. And we'll make this 6750 to
Internet.
internet. Lot 655,
5,000.
5,000 to 5,500. Prior 6,000. Heritage Live, we need 6,500. Tied for finest graded in 67 EPQ. We're at 6,000 looking, 65 we have now 7. We're at 65 looking for 7,000. We're at 6,500 looking for 7,000.
6750.
6750 now 7,000. We're at 6750 looking for 7,000. Fair warning here at 6,750. We've got the 7 now 7,500. Again, tied for finest. You're not going to find a better one. 67 EPQ. We're at 7,000 looking for 7,500. It was Everett that was on the $50 silver. You know me and names. Yeah, terrible. Yeah, I don't know. What's your name again? We're at 7,000 looking for 7,500. So it'll come to me later, right? We're at 7,000 to 7,500. Fair warning. And we're at 7,000 to
7249.
7,249. Lot 656.
8750.
8750 to 9,000. 9,000 to 95, now 10,000. Internet bid right now on top at 9,500 looking for 10,000. Nice closed back $10 treasury, 64. We're at 9,500 looking for 10,000 or the cut at 9,750. Remember, we're in the $250 cut level right now. After this, wheels off. It's $500 or 1,000. We're at 9,500 looking for 10. Fair warning. Make this 9,500 to
Internet.
internet. Lot 657.
You need 30,000.
30,000 to start. I was looking at the POP report earlier today. Only 31 of this Friedberg number graded in its entirety by PMG. 31. We're at 30,000 looking for 32,000. And that's 31 in all grades for the Friedberg number. Yeah, this is incredible. So, yeah, 240,000 notes printed. And of course, very heavily redeemed because they were redeemable in gold against them being issued to pay for silver. It's incredible. Yeah, the look, everything. Again, the curator of the Golden State Collection, very, very picky about his notes, even in the finest grades. We're at 30,000, looking for 32,000, or the cut at 31. Fair warning here at 30,000. And we'll make this 30,000 to
7201.
7201. First superb gem offering in 2 decades, effectively since grading began, 658.
You need 15,000.
15,000 to start.
25,000.
25,000 we have. There you go. That's the movement we need on these ultimate grade rarities. We're at 25,000, 1,000 more to get back on increment at 26,000.
26.
26 we have now, 28. Tied for just one other. And again, the first superb gem offering in 2 decades, 26,000 to 28,000. 26,000 to 28, or the cut at 27,000. Absolutely incredible note. Fair warning here at 26,000.
27.
27 we have now, 28. We've got the cut at 27,000. We're looking for 28. Fair warning here at 27,000. And we'll make this 27,000 to
7110.
7110. Lot 659.
7250.
7250 to 7500.
75.
75 we've got now 8.
8.
8 now 9. I'm sorry,
85.
8,500 now 9. We have 8,500 looking for 9, or the cut at 8,750.
9.
9 to 95.
95.
95 now 10,000. We have 95 looking for 10,000.
9750.
9750 with the
10,000.
cut, 10,000 now 11. We're on increment at 10 looking for 11, or the cut at 10.5. Fair warning here, Heritage Live.
10,005.
We've got the cut, 10.5 now 11,000. 10.5 to 11. We're at 10,500. Fair warning. And we'll make this 10,500 to
7128.
7128. Lot 660.
7,000.
7,000 to 7,500. We're at 7,000 looking for 7,500. We have it on the phone. And then 8,000 up here. 8,500 on the phone in Dallas, looking for 9,000.
8750.
8,750 here, now 9,000. So with you, Heritage Live on the cut, we've got 9,000 from the phone, looking for 9,500. The phone bidder on top right now at 9,000, looking for 9,500, or the cut at 92.5. Fair warning here, Heritage Live, you got to jump in before I give this to the phone bidder. And this will go to Susan's phone bidder at 9,000.
7509.
7509. Thank you. Lot 661,
5,500.
5,500 to 6. We're at 5,500 looking for 6,000. Fair warning here at 5,500.
6,000.
6,000. Now 6,500 from the internet. Back to you, Heritage Live at 7,000. Internet on top, 6,500. We need 7,000 or the cut at 6,750.
6750.
We've got the cut now, 7,000. We've got a prior 6,750, 7,000. Fair warning here, Heritage Live.
7.
7 we've got now, 7,500. We're at 7,000 looking for 7,500. Fair warning here at 7,000. We'll also take the cut.
7250.
We've got the cut at 7,250, now 7,500. We're at $7,250, looking for 7,500. Fair warning, Heritage Live. This will be 7,252,
7249.
7,249. Lot 662,
You need 20,000.
20,000 to start.
20.
20 we've got now, 22,000. We're at 20 looking for 22,000. Incredibly nice 20, 65 EPQ. Again, stunning colors for the grade even.
22.
22 we have, 24 now 26. We've got 24, looking for 26 or the cut at 25.
25.
25 now 26, 26 to 28,000. We're at 26,000 looking for
28.
28 we have now 30. We're at 28 looking for 30,000. I have 28 looking for 30 or the cut at 29. We've seen one cut, there's another available, 28 to 30,000. Fair warning here at 28,000. Beautiful closed back with the 20 at center. Remember, this is the same series that produces the watermelons. Impeccable from front to back. We're at 28,000. And we'll make it 28 to
7435.
7435. Lot 663.
10,000.
10,000 to 12, 13 to 14. We've got a prior 13. Heritage Live, we need to be at 14,000 or the cut at 13.5. We're at 13 looking for 14. 67 EPQ cannot be bested for this type.
13.5.
13.5 now 14. We have 13.5 looking for 14,000. Fair warning here on the cut at 13.5, looking for 14,000. Anybody else? Heritage Live. We'll make this 13.5 to
7201.
7201. Lot 664.
6750.
6750 to 7,000. 7,000 we've got. 75 now 8,000. Internet bid's been knocked out. We're at 7,500 looking for 8,000. We'll take the cut at 7,750. Fair warning here at 7,000. I'm at 7,500. 7,750 we've got. Now 8,000, now 8,500. We're at 8,000 looking for 8,500. Fair warning here at 8,000. Give me the 8,500 or the cut at 82.5. And this will be 8,000 to
7138.
7138. Lot 665.
4,300.
4,300 to 44. 44 we have now 46. We have 4,400, 46 to 48. We're at 4,600 looking for 48. We have 47 on the cut, looking now again for 48. We've got it, now 5,000. We're at 4,800 to 5,000. Fair warning here at 4,800.
5000.
5,000 we've got now 5,500. We have the 5, looking for 55 or the cut at 5,250. Fair warning,
5250.
5,250 now 5,500. We're on the cut, looking for 5,500. Fair warning. And we'll make this 5,250 to
7221.
7221. All right, incredible type note here. Again, a continuation of the Treasury notes, lot 666.
You need 50,000.
We need 50,000 to start. We've got the 50, looking now for 55,000.
55.
55 to 60, 60 now to 65. This piece has been off the market since 2006.
75, 77, 500.
This type averages less than an offering per year.
85.
It is the kin to the $100
90.
watermelon and $1,000 watermelon, but is rarer than the $100 watermelon. I think 22 known, including institutional pieces. We're at 95,000, looking for 100. Features, did you know this? This features William Seward on the front. He was the Secretary of State under Lincoln. He, Vice President Johnson were all targets of assassination that night. He was stabbed, Lincoln killed, Johnson's perpetrator chickened out. He was safe.
I remember the chicken out one.
We're at 110 looking for 120. We're at 110 looking for 120.
Survived the stabbing, did he?
He did survive the stabbing, but barely. We're at 110 looking for $120,000. An incredible numismatic rarity with an incredible vignette of somebody that intertwined with Lincoln's assassination attempt. We're at 110 looking for 120. Fair warning here at 110,000. Absolutely love this note. And remember, this $50 denomination was not ever issued in the closed back form. You only have this example. We're at 110 looking for 120 or the cut at 115. And we'll make this 110,000 to
1922.
1922. All right. The baby watermelon with Navy Admiral Farragut on face, lot 667.
190,000.
190,000 looking for 200,000. We're at $190,000 looking for 200. Farragut, interestingly, Admiral of the Union Navy in the Civil War, also served in the War of 1812, was elevated to midshipman at the age of 9 for the War of 1812. So when I go home, I'm going to tell my kids they have it real easy. We're at 190 looking for 200,000 or the cut at 195. This example, beautiful, problem-free, ex-Amon Carter. You can't have anything better. There are only 2 exceptional paper quality examples within the PMG ranks. Fair warning at 190,000. And we'll make this 190,000 to
Internet.
the internet. Lot 668.
Need 5,000.
5,000 to start.
5.
5,000 we've got, now 5,500. Cleveland star in 67 EPQ. If you're looking for a star representative of the type, it doesn't get better than this. We're at 6,000 looking for 6,500. Absolutely stunning piece, 6,000 to 6,500.
65.
65 we've got, now 7. We're at 65 looking for 7, or the cut at 6,750.
7.
7 we've got, now 7,500. We're at 7,000 looking for 7,500. Fair warning. Anybody else, even the cut again at 7,250. Fair warning. 7,000 to
7201.
7201. Lot 669.
3,500.
3,500 to 36. 36 we've got, now 38. We're at 3,600 looking for 38, now 4,000, 4,200. If 7's your lucky number, this has got 2 of them in 66 EPQ.
41, 42.
41 to 42, now 44. Beautiful Boston battleship. 42 to 4,400. We're at 4,200 looking for 4,400. I love that there was a generation of collectors in this time period that were at least taking some of these notes out of circulation in low serial numbers and keeping them for us. We're at 44 looking for 4,600. 44 to 46, or the cut at 4,500. Fair warning here at 4,400. And this will be 4,400 to
1933.
1933. Lot 670.
Need 7,500.
7,500 to play. Incredibly high grade Boston battleship Star, PMG 50. Looking for 7,500 to start. Fair warning here. We're at 7,000 looking for 7,500. Only 5 serial numbers listed in the track and price census. And this will be available after, in just a few lots here on the website. Lot 671.
5,000.
5,000 to 5,500. 8,000 now 8,500. A New York now in 67. We're at 8,000 looking for 8,500. Single finest known, Friedberg 751.
8250.
8,250 now 85 now 9,000. We're at 8,500 looking for 9,000. Not only finest known, single finest known for the Friedberg number, but one of the best for the type. 8,500 to 9,000. 9,000 to 95, now 10,000. We're 9,500 looking for 10,000 or the cut at 9,750. Fair warning, 10,000 we've got now 11. I have 10,000 looking for 11 or the cut at 10,500. Fair warning here at 10. One of the nicest battleships we've offered, certainly one of the greatest grades in a while.
11.
11,000, now 12. We have 11 looking for 12. Fair warning here at 11,000. And we'll make it 11,000 to
7345.
7345. Lot 672.
3,300.
3,300 to 34. 34, we're on increment now to 3,600. You want to derail us from the increments, you can also bid the cut at 3,500. We're at 3,400 looking for 35 or 36. Got the Cleveland Deuce in 66 EPQ. Fair warning here,
35.
36 now 38. We have 36, looking for 38. Fair warning at 3,600. We'll make this 3,600 to
7214.
7214. Another incredible battleship star. This lot 673.
You need 4,500.
4,500 to start. Again, another high grade battleship star, 64 EPQ from Chicago, finest of only 5 known. Impeccable rarity here. Last one of any consequence that comes close to this, last offered in 2019, so you're talking about a half a decade now. 4,500 to play, fair warning, and this will be available after the auction. Lot 674.
3,400.
3,400 to 35.
4200.
4,200 now 44. Now the Minneapolis in 66 EPQ from the Tom Flynn collection. Boy, was that a fun auction. We're at 4,200 looking for 4,400. The one thing that I do miss about the strength of the Heritage platform is the live auctions with packed auction rooms. That was absolutely bananas night. 4,200 to 4,400. The Tom Flynn Minneapolis Deuce in 66 EPQ. Fair warning. This will be 4,200 to
7108.
7108. Lot 675.
3,000.
3,000 to 3,200. Now the Minneapolis $5 1918, 3,000 to 3,200.
31.
31 we've got on the cut, now 3,200. Fair warning here at 3,100. Anybody else? And this cut will take it at 3,100 to the internet. Lot 676.
5,000.
5,000 to 5,500. We're at 5,000 to 5,500. Fair warning here at 5,500. Incredibly rare, Friedberg A25, St. Louis in 35. A lot of these surviving 1918 20s, pretty ugly, well circulated. This example is an exception. We're at 5,250 we've got, now 5,500, now 6,000. The internet bid right now on top at 5,500, we're looking for 6,000. Fair warning here at 5,500. We're at 5,500 looking for 6,000 or the cut at 5,750. Heritage Live, you're not in it right now. The internet is. We'll make this 5,500 to
Internet.
internet. Lot 677,
5,000.
5,000 to 5,500. We're at 5,000, looking for 5,500. The sole finest graded, low serial number A25, Gem 65 EPQ. Of course, it's sole finest graded if it's pedigreed from the Golden State Collection. We're at 5,500, looking for 6. 5,500, 5,750, now 6,000. We're at 5,750, looking for 6, now 6,500. We have the 6, looking for 6,500. Fair warning here at 6,000. Anything else? And we'll make it 6,000 to
7201.
7201. Lot 678.
4,200.
4,200 to 44. We're at 4,200 to 4,400. We're 42, looking for 4,400. Fair warning here at 42.
43.
43 we've got on the cut, now 4,400. Cynthia's bidder is out. Heritage Live sitting on top at 4,300. Looking for 44. Chicago FRN Red Seal 66 EPQ. Fair warning. And this will be 4,300 to
7108.
7108. Lot 679.
You need 5,000.
5,000 to start. Low serial number A27, Boston Star 1914, $5, 63 PPQ. Just 4 stars reported.
5,000.
5,000 we've got, now 5,500. We're at 5,000, looking for 5,500. Fair warning here at 5,000. We'll take the cut at 5,250. And we'll make this 5,000 to
7201.
7201. Lot 680,
You need 3,500.
3,500 to start. Highest graded Friedberg 847A in track and price, 35 to 4, I'm sorry, 35 to 6, 36.
36.
36 to 38. We have 3,600, 38 we have, now 4,000. At 3,800 looking for 4,000.
4.
4,000, now 4,200. We're at 4,000, 42, now 44. Another incredibly rare Star Note, 65 EPQ. We're at 42 looking for 4,400. Fair warning at 4,200. And we'll make this 4,200 to
7130.
7130. Lot 681.
8,750.
8,750 to 9,000. 9,000 we've got.
95.
9,500 now 10,000. Boston $10 Red Seal, 66 EPQ. We're at 9,500 looking for 10,000. We're at 9,500 looking for 10,000.
9750.
9,750 now 10,000.
10,000.
10,000 to 11,000. Incredibly rare type in this grade. I think the last time this sold, it was nearly double this price. We're at 10,000 looking for 11,000.
11.
11 we've got, now 12, now 13. We have 12 looking for 13,000. We're at 12,000 looking for 13,000. Fair warning here, this is 12,000 looking for 13, or the cut at 12.5. And we'll make this 12,000 to
7407.
7407. Lot 682.
23,000.
We need 3,000 to start.
3,000.
3,000 we've got, now 3,200. This is a Kansas City $10 Red Seal. 3,000 to 3,200. Take the cut at 31.
32.
32 we have, 34 now 36. We have 34, looking for 36, or the cut at 3,500. Fair warning at 3,400. Anybody else? This will be 3,400 to
7131.
7131, lot 683.
5,500.
5,500 to 6. San Francisco, $10 red seal now. 5,500 to 6.
6,000.
6,000 we've got now, 6,500. Heritage Live, you're at 6,000, looking for 6,500. Fair warning at 6, you might want to try 6,250. And we'll make this 6,000 to
7,225.
7,225. Lot 684.
We need 5,000.
5,000 to start. Again, another incredibly high grade star note here. This one, Boston $10, 64 EPQ. We're at 4,800 looking for 5,000. 5,000 to 5,500. We're at 5,000 looking for 5,500 or the cut at 5,250.
5,250.
We've got the cut. Now 5,500.
5.
55 now 6. We have 5,500 looking for 6,000. Fair warning here at 5,500. And we'll make this 5,500 to
7,130.
7,130. Lot 685.
We need 2,500.
2,500 to start. Tied for finest known, Chicago 1914 10. 66 EPQ. A really nice little grade rarity. 2,500 now to 2,600. $100 more to get us back on increment. A free cut bid for you. We're at 25 looking for 2,600. Fair warning here at 2,500. And we'll make this 2,500 to
7,201.
7,201. Lot 686.
2,500.
2,500 now, 26.
3,000.
3,000, 3,200 here on the internet, looking for 34. We're at 3,200 looking for 3,400. We have 3,200 looking for 34. Fair warning here at 3,200. And we'll make this 3,200 to internet. Lot 687.
I need 3750.
3,750 for the single finest known, Friedberg 1002, $20.67 EPQ. We've got the bid at 3,750, 4,000 now.
38.
Oh, sorry, 38,
4,000.
now 4,000. 4,000 to 4,200 we've got, now 44, now 46. We're at 44 looking for 4,600, 46 to 48, 48 to 5,000,
5.
5 to 55, 5,250 with the cut, looking now for 5,500. Fair warning at $5,250. And we'll make this 5,250 to
7,128.
7,128. That was my final lot of the evening. Craig will carry you through the rest of it. I will be here in the room watching everything and available via phone and email. Thank you all for your participation. And thank you, Craig, for coming on up.
Thank you very much, Dustin. What an absolute cracking sale we are having so far. And like Dustin said, I will play us out, so to speak. Worst kind of soundtrack, I guess, but nevertheless, lot 688.
We need 4,500.
4,500 to start me off here.
45.
I have the 45 now. What about 46? 4,600. I have it on the cut at 4,500. Heritage Live, jump in at 46 for us to advance. A Boston District, $50 red seal. I've got the 46 now, 48 now, 47 now. What about 48? 48 now to advance. I have it on the cut now with Heritage Live at 47. Do I see 48? Otherwise, I will say fair warning then at 47 now on the cut. I will make it 4,700.
7,195.
7,195, you said, Cynthia.
I did.
All right, thank you. Lot 698.
We need 7,500.
I need 7,500 to start. $50 red seal, choice uncirculated, 63. I need 7,500 to start. Get us started. Push that button, Heritage Live. Get us started at 7,500. 7,500. Otherwise, I will say fair warning at 7,500, and that'll be available on our post-auction buys. Lot 690 now. I need 10,000 here. 63 choice uncirculated again. Finest graded for the $50 rate sale. I've got 10 now. What about 11? 11,000 to advance. My Heritage High bidder has it at 10. Do I see 11? Cut bid at 11 at 10.5. I have the 11 now. What about 12? 12 to advance. Heritage Life has 11. Do I see 12, 12, 12 now? What about 13,000? 13,000. I need 13,000. I have the 13 now. What about 14? 14 to advance. Otherwise, I will say, fair warning then at 13,000 with my Heritage Life bidder, unless I see an advance at 14,000 or a cut bid at 13,500. Last call. I'll make it 13,000.
7130.
713 graded on the only uncirculated graded by either service here, lot 691. I have the 17,000 now. What about 18,000? 18,000 now to advance. As I said, the only uncirculated example graded by either PCGS or PMG is at 17,000. I need 18,000 to advance, or a cut bid at 17,500. I will say fair warning then at 17,000. I'll make that 17,000 to the internet. Lot 692. I have 4,900 on the cut now. 5,000. 5,000 to advance. Atlanta, $50 in a gem uncirculated 66. I have 5,000. There we go at 55 now. What about 6? Take us to 6,000 Heritage Life to advance. I do have the 6 now. What about 65? 65 to advance, or a cut bid at 62.50. I will say fair warning then at 6,000. I have 62.50 on the cut now. 65. Still looking for 6,500. 6,500. Atlanta, $50 here. 65 now. What about 7? 7,000 to advance. Last call then at 6,500. I'll make that 6,500. 1807. Sole finest graded example, lot 693. 62.50 I have now. 65 now. What about 7? I have a prior Heritage Live at 6,500. I need 7,000 from you to advance, or try your luck at a cut bid at 67.50. I have the 7 now. What about 7,500? 7,500. I will say fair warning then at 7,000, unless I see an advance at 7,500 or 72.50 on the cut. I'll make that 7,000.
7201.
7201. Lot 694. I have 27,500 now, looking for 28,000. 28 I have now. What about 30? 30,000. 30,000 to advance. I've got the 30 now, 32 now. What about 34? 34 now. 66 gem uncirculated. I've got the 34 now. What about 36? With EPQ, there is only one graded higher than this, and that's at 34,000 now. What about 36? 36,000 to advance. Cut bid at 35,000. I have the 34,000 with my Heritage Life bidder. I need 36,000 to advance, or a cut bid at 35,000. Otherwise, I will say fair warning then at 34,000. And we'll make that 34,000.
7407.
7407. Over to lot 695.
We need 5.
I need 5 to get me started on this one.
5.
I have the 5 now. What about 5,500? 5,500 to advance. My Heritage Life bidder is currently the high bidder at 5,000. I need 55 now to advance. Last call then at 5,000.
55.
55 now. What about 6?
5750.
57.50 I have now. What about 6? 6,000 to advance. Last call then at 57.50 on the cut. I'll make that 57.50.
7347.
7, 3, 4, and 7. Lot 697.
We need 62.
I need 62.50 to get me started on this one. Only one of 5 no, and I've got 62 now, 50 now. What about 65? 65 to advance. My cut bid is at 62.50. Get me back on increment at 6,500 Heritage Life. Press that button. Don't get cut out here. Press 6,500 for us to continue on this lot. Otherwise, I will say fair warning then at 62.50 on the cut. I'll make that 62.50.
7112.
7112. Lot 697.
7750.
I have 7750 now, looking for 8,000. A unique 1914 New York $100 star replacement example. I got 999. What about 95? 995 now. What about 10? 10,000 to advance. I have 9,500. I need 10,000 for us to continue with this lot. I have the 10 now. What about 11? 11 now. What about 12? 12. My book bidder is at 11,000. I need 12,000 from you, Heritage Live, or a cup at 11,500 for us to advance. Last call then at 11,000 with my book bidder here to my right, unless I see an advance from you, Heritage Live. I'll make that 11,000 to the internet. Yay. Cynthia's absolutely elated by that. Lot 698.
You need 3,000.
I need 3,000 to get us going here.
34.
I have the 34 now, 36, 3,600 to advance. 64 PPQ here. Cleveland 100. I've got 36 now, 38 now. What about 4? 4,000 now. I have the 3,800 now. What about 4,000 or a cut bid at 39? I'm going to say fair. I've got the 39 now. What about 42? 4,200 to advance. I have the 4,000 with Heritage Life. Do I see 4,200? Otherwise, I will say fair warning then at 4,000. Cleveland 100. I'll make that 4,000.
7108.
7178, you said?
7108.
08. Thank you. Lot 699 now.
5,500.
I have 55 now. What about 6? 6. I have about 7 now. 7 now. What about 7,500? 7,500 to advance. I have 7,000 now. What about 75? This is a Atlanta 100, 66 EPQ. Wonderful. From the Golden State Collection. At 72.50 now. 75. 7,500 to advance. I'm going to say fair warning. Then at 72.50. I'll make that 72.50.
1863.
1863. Lot 700.
3,600.
Atlanta 100. I've got 36 now. What about 38? 3,800 to advance. I have the 36. I need 38 to advance. I've got 37 now. 38 now. What about 4,000? I have 3,800 with my book bidder. I need 4,000, Heritage Live. 65 PPQ, Gem Atlanta 100. I've got the 42 now. What about 44? 44 to advance. Otherwise, I will say fair warning unless I see an advance at 4,200 or cut bid of 43. I'll make that 4,200 to the internet. Lot 701.
37.
Tied for finest known here. Gem uncirculated 65 EPQ. I've got 37.50 now. What about 4 now? 38 now. What about 4,000? I have the 3,800. I need 4,000 to advance. Cut bid at 3,900 might do the trick at 42 now. What about 44? What was I talking about? Is that 42 now? What about 4,400 to 44, 46? What about 48? 4,800 to advance. My bid is at 4,600. Do I see 4,800? I have the 46 now. Do I see 4,800 or a cut bid at 4,600 Heritage Live? I got the 47 now. What about 48? 4,800 to advance. 65 EPQ you're seeing on this tied for finest known at 47 on the cut now. I need 48. 48 to advance. Otherwise, I will say fair warning then on the cut at 4,700. 48 now, 5. Take advantage before we go over to the $500 increment. It's at 48 now. What about 5? Press that button at 5,000, Heritage Live. Don't get cut out at this late stage of the game. I'm at 48 now. Do I see 5? 5 to advance. Otherwise, I will say fair warning then at 4,800. Make it 4,800.
7253.
7, 2, 5, and 3. Over to the 500s now. We've got lot 702.
19,000.
I got 19,000 now. What about 20? 21 now. What about 22? 22 I have now. 24. 24,000 to advance. My bid is at 22. I need 24,000 to advance here for this beautiful example. New York 500 and a VF30. I have the 22 now. What about 24,000? My bid is at 22. I need 24 or a cut at 23,000 to advance here, Heritage Live. Otherwise, I will say fair warning at the 22,000 bid. I'll make that 22,000.
1740.
1740. Lot 703, another 500 now, but this time Chicago. What do we got?
15,000.
I got 15,500 now. What about 16,000? 16,000 to advance. My book bidder has it on the cut of 15,500. I need 16,000 to advance, Heritage Live. Otherwise, I will say fair warning then at 15,500. I've got the 16 now. Well, that clears the book at 16,000 now. What about 17? 17,000 to advance. Fair warning then at 16,000, unless I see an advance at 17,000 or 16,500 on the cut. Last call. Make it 16,000.
7201.
7201. Lot 704 now.
15.5.
How about 15.5 now? What about 16? This time we're still in Chicago. I've got the 15.5 now. What about 16? Bid that button or press that button at 16,000 Heritage Live and clear the book at 16,000. Otherwise, I will say fair warning that I got the 16 that clears the book now. What about 16,000? Actually, 17,000 is what I need. I need 17,000 now. What about 17,000? Otherwise, I've got 16,000 on 500 on the cut. What about 17,000? Still looking for 17,000. Otherwise, I will say fair warning then at 16,500.
17.
Got the 17 now. What about 18? 18,000. Jumping at 18,000 and keep going on this. Make this yours tonight. Heritage Live, it's at 17. I need 18. Otherwise, I will say fair warning at 17,000. I'll make it 17,000.
1934.
1, 9, 3, and 4. Lot 705.
15,000.
I have 15,000 now. What about 16? Now we're in San Francisco. I have the 15 now. What about 16,000? 16,000 to advance here. Otherwise, I will say fair warning at 15,000 unless I see an advance at 16,000 or 15,500 on the cut. Last call. And we'll make that 15,000 to
Internet.
the internet. Yay. All right, lot 706, Cleveland District, $1,000 here. Phenomenal note. I always love seeing this because of the vignette on the back. I just think it's very, very, very attractive. Cynthia, what do we have?
24,000.
I got 24,000 now. What about 26,000? 26,000. I've got a prior Heritage Live at 25,000 with my book bidder. I need 26,000 from you to clear the book. It's at 25,000 with Cynthia's book bidder. I need 26,000 from you. It's at 25,000 on the cut. Heritage Live, bid 26,000. Make it yours. Otherwise, I will say fair warning at 25,000 with Cynthia's book bidder on the prior. I will make it 25,000.
Internet.
To the internet. All right, lot 707 over to St. Louis. Lot 707. What we got? I got 12.5 now on the cut, looking for 13,000. 13,000 to advance here. Only one of eight known, a staggeringly low number. One of only 8. 12.5 on the cut now, 13 now, 14 now. What about 15? 15 to advance. My bid is at 14,000 with my book bidder now, 16 now. What about 17? I have 16,000 with my book bidder. I need 17,000 from you to advance Heritage Live or a cut bid at 16,500. Otherwise, I will say fair warning for this extremely rare example at 16,000.
16.5.
I've got 16. I've got a prior. You know what that means, Heritage Live. I've got a prior with my book bidder at 16.5. Clear the book at 17,000. I need 17,000 to advance. I'm going to say fair warning then on the cut.
17.
Clear the book at 17,000. Now I'm looking for 18. 18,000 to advance. Fair warning then at 17,000. I'll make that 17,000.
1722.
1722. Phenomenal example here. On the same note, San Francisco, AU55. Wow. Lot 708.
29,000.
29,000, looking for 30. 30,000 to advance.
30.
I have the 30 now. What about 32,000? I have 30,000 with my Heritage Live bidder. I need 32,000 to advance. Press that button at 32,000 or
32.
32 I have now. I need 34. 34 to advance. I have the 32 with Heritage Live. I need 34 to advance, or perhaps a cut bid at 33,000. You never know. That's at 34 now. What about 36? 36 I have now. Down. What about 38? 38 now to advance here. I have the 36 now. What about 38 or a cut at 37? Try your luck with your cut. They're there to be used, ladies and gentlemen. They are part of your arsenal in obtaining these notes that you have been looking for forever. And they are here on offer and bid now at 38,000 or a cut bid at 37. Otherwise, I will say fair warning at 36,000. I'll make that 36,000.
7171.
7171. All right, lot 709 over to, well, still in San Francisco. 17,000 I have. What about 18,000? 18,000 to advance here. I have it at 17,000 with my book bidder. I need 18,000 from you, Heritage Live, to advance, or the cut at 17,500. I will say fair warning then at 17,000, unless I see an advance. I do have 17.5. That clears the book at 17.5. I'm still looking for 18,000. 18,000 now to advance. I'm going to say fair warning then on the cut at 17,500. We'll make it 17,500.
1754.
1754. Lot 210, still in San Francisco, $18,000 bill. We've got what we got, Cynthia? 12.5 with my book bidder. I need 13,000. I got the 13 now, 14 now. What about 15? I've got 14,000 on with my book bidder. Do I see 15,000 from you, Heritage Live?
15.
I do have 15. That clears the book at 15 now. What about 16? 16 to advance. Last call then at 15,000. Unless I see an advance at 16 or 15.5 on the cut. I'll make that 15,000.
7201.
7201. Lot 711, and this is a rather special example. The previous thousands had the Burke glass signatures. This one, in fact, has the white melon signature from Atlanta. Now, it's my understanding that there were only 3 districts that had the white melon signatures, and there's only slightly more than a dozen known, making this extremely rare. And I don't know what we have, Cynthia. What we got? I need 25,000 to start me off on this. Is rare example. I need 25 to start. And it's also my understanding that didn't Friedberg or the Friedberg numbering system just completely ignore this type for the longest period, Dustin? And is that because they just thought it was unimportant? They didn't know that it existed?
They were all just so rare.
Why differentiate them? Wow. Because that's what we do, I guess. All right, I need 25,000 to get us started on this one. Heritage Live, this is a must-have. If anything, you have to bid the opening bid at 25, and I've got the 25 now. What about 26? I have it at 25 on the cut bid. I need 26,000 to advance here for this rare example, displaying the white melon signature from Atlanta. I have the 25 now. Do I see 26? I will say fair warning then at 25 on the cut, unless I see an advance at 26,000. 26 now. What about 28? 28 now for this rare type. I have the 26 now. What about 28? Or use your cut bid if it's available to you at 27,000. Otherwise, I will say fair warning then at 26,000 for this otherwise type that Friedberg or the Friedberg numbering system chose or maybe didn't choose to just ignore because of its rarity. It's at 26,000 now, 28. Last call then at 26,000. I'll make that 26,000.
7171.
7171. All right, over to gold certificates now. Lot 712.
4,100.
I got 4,100 on the cut now, folks. I got 6,000 now. 6 now. What about 65? 65 is what I need to advance here for this pretty thing. And jumbo margins on either side. 66 EPQ. I've got 6 now. What about 65? 65 to advance. Otherwise, I will say fair warning at 6,000. I've got 65 now. Now 7. Now what about 75? Push that button at 7,500 and keep us rocking and rolling. Heritage Live, I've got 7 now. What about 75? 75 now. Otherwise, I will say fair warning at 7. I got 75 now, 8 now, 8 now. What about 85? 85 now is what I need to advance, or a cut bid of 82.50. Otherwise, I will say fair warning then at 8,000. I'll make it 8,000.
7128.
7, 1, 2, and 8. Lot 713. 4,600 I have now. What about 48? 48 now to advance. I have the 46 now with Heritage Live. I need 4,800 to advance. Last call then at 4,600.
48.
I have the 48 now, 5. Cynthia is glad because she can play at 5,000, but now I need 52.50 on the cut. That clears the book at 52.50. Now I need 5,500. 5,500 to advance here. My bid is with Heritage Live at 52.50. Do I see an advance at 5,500? Otherwise, I will say fair warning then at 52.50 on the cut. I will make that 52.50.
7495.
7, 4, 9, and 5. Lot 714.
3,300.
I got 3,300 now. What about 34? I had on the cut at 33. Do I see 34 from Heritage Live? One of only 28 notes known. I have 3,300 and I need 34 to advance. Otherwise, I will say fair warning then at 3,300 on the cut.
34.
34 now, 36. What about 38? 37, 38. What about 4?
39.
39, 4 now, 42. I have the 4,000 with my book bidder. I need 42 from you to advance Heritage Live. We'll try your luck at a cut of 41. Last call then at 4,000. I'll make it 4,000.
Internet.
Internet. A lot 715. One of only 3 stars known. What do we got?
You need 10,000.
I need 10,000. Start us off on this pretty example. AU50, bright colors, still vibrant. It's only one of 3 known. I need you to jump in at 10,000, and yes, you do. Heritage Live at 10,000. Now, what about 11? 11,000 to advance. I got the 10 now. Do I see 11? 11,000 to advance or a cut bid at 10.5. That is what we need. I have 10,000. Do I see an advance at 11,000? Last call at 10,000. And we'll make that 10,000.
7130.
7130. Lot 716.
7250.
Wow, look at that grade. We've got a 67 EPQ, superb gem uncirculated, beautiful colors, jumbo margins. What did you say we've got? 7250 on the cut we have now. What about 75?
75.
75 now. I have a prior now 8. That clears the book at 8 now. What about 85?
85.
85 I've got now. What about 9? 9 for this eye-wateringly well-graded example. I have 85 now. What about 9? 9,000 or a cut bid of 8750. I will say fair warning then with my Heritage Live bid at 80. There we go at 8750 now. What about 9? It's on the cut at 8750 with my Heritage Live bid at 9999. What about 95? 95 now to advance. I have the 99. Do I see 9500? I'm going to say fair warning then at 9,000 for this beautiful example. 95 now. No, what about 10? 10,000 to advance. I've got the 95 now. 10. Last call then at 95. Unless I see an advance at 10. And we'll make it 9. 10 now. What about 11? Keep going. Keep it going at 11,000 Heritage Live. I have 10 now. What about 11? Cut bid at 10.5. Make it yours tonight. Bid that button or press that button at 11. Otherwise, I will say fair warning then at 10,000. We'll make it 10,000.
7201.
7201. All right. A lot 717.
7250.
7250 I have now. What about 75? I've got 8,000 now, 8,500. It's got 60 million serial number. I love this sort of thing. Everybody always goes for the low serials, but I love the high serials. It's at 8250 now. What about 85? 85 now. What about 9? I think they're rarer because nobody looks for them. I've got 85 now. What about 9? 9 is what I need to advance. I got the 9 now. What about 9,500? 9,500 is what I need to advance here. I have 9,000 with my Heritage Live bidder. I need 9,500 or a cut bid. I've got 9250 on the cut. I was about to explain that, but you already know that. That's at 95 now. What about 10? It's at 9,500. I need 10,000 to it. I've got the 10 now. What about 11? 11,000 to advance here or a cut bid at 10.5. I have 10,000 Heritage Live. Unless I see an advance at 11, I've got 11 now. What about 12? 12 to advance here. I have 11,000 with my Heritage Live bidder. I need 12,000 to advance or a cut bid at 11.5. I've got the 12 now. What about 13? You got the 60 million serial number, 66 EPQ, jumps off the page with brightness. I got 12 now, 13 now. What about 14? 14 now to advance. I got the 13 now. I need 14. I have 13,000. And I'm going to say fair warning then at 13,000 unless I see an advance at 14,000 or a cut bid at 13.5. And we'll make that 13,000.
1690.
1690. Lot 718.
2,500.
2,500 I have now. What about 28 now? No, what about 3? 3 to advance here. I have the 28 now. I've got the 3 now with Heritage Live. Do I see 32? I have 3,000 with Heritage Live. I need 3,200 to advance. I'm going to say fair warning then at 3,000. I'll make that 3,000.
7495.
7495. Lot 719.
3,200.
3,200 I have now. What about 34? 3,400 to advance. Extremely fine 40 here for this $50. I've got 33 on the cut now. What about 34? 34 to advance. My bid is on the cut at 34. I need 34. I've got the 34 now. What about 36? 36 now. Unless I see an advance 36, I'm going to say fair warning at 34. I'll make that 3,400.
1745.
1745. Lot 720.
17,000.
I got 17,000 now. What about 18? 18,000 now. I have 17,000. I need 18,000 to advance. 66 PPQ on this $50. What a pretty thing. I have the 17 now. What about 18? 18 now. My bid is at 17,000 with Cynthia's bidder.
725.
That's 17,500. I have a prior. You know what that means, Heritage Live. Jump in at 18,000 and clear the book at 18,000.
18.
I do have now 18,000 with Heritage Live. At 18,000, do I see 19? 19,000. 19,000 to advance here. 66 PPQ, beautifully colored and embossed. I have the 18 now. What about 19? 19,000. Otherwise, I will say fair warning that at 18,000, unless I see an advance, 18,005 now. I'm still looking for 19. Press that button at 19 and keep this going at 19,000. I have 19 now. What about 20? 20,000 is what I need to advance. I have 19. Do I see 20? Why stop now? Make it 20. Go on and press that button at 20. Don't get knocked out at this late stage in the game. It's 19. Do I see 20? 20,000 to advance or a cut bid at 19,500. Otherwise, I will say fair warning that at 19,000, I'll make that 19,000.
1803.
1803. Lot 721.
6750.
Single finest known here. I have 6750 now. What about 7? 7 I have now 75. I've got a prior of 7,000. Jump in at 7,500. Here it is live. I have the 7 with my book. There we go. Clears the book at 7250 now. What about 7,500? I have the 75 now. What about 8? 8,000 now for the finest known. It's the single finest known. $100 in gold coin. We have AU50. I've got 8 now. What about 85? 85 now to advance. My bid is with my Heritage Live bidder at 8,000. I need 8,500 to advance, or 8,250 on the cut. Otherwise, I will say fair warning at 8,000.
85.
85 now. What about 9? 9. Keep us going at 9. Heritage Live. I'm at 85. Do I see 9? Last call at 8,500. And we'll make that 8,500.
7182.
7182. All right, lot 722.
5,000.
5,000 I have now 50, 62, 50 now, 65 now. What about 7? 7,000 now here to advance. I have the 65 now. This is a choice uncirculated 64 near gem. I have 7 now. What about 75? 75, 72, 50. I have now. Push that button at 75 and keep us going. Heritage Live. I have it on the cut at 72.50. Now, do I see 7,500? Otherwise, I will say fair warning then at 72.50. Last call. 75 now 8,000. 8,000 to advance. I will say fair warning then at 75 unless I see an advance at 8,000. I'll make it 7,500.
1722.
1722. All right, lot 723.
2,500.
I got 2,500 now, 26, 20. I've got a prior that clears the book at 28 now. What about 3? 3,000 now to advance.
3.
I have the 3 now. What about 32? 3,200 to advance. My bid is with Heritage Live at 3,000. I need 3,200. Got 32 now. What about 34? 34 now. Now I've got a 33 on the cut. Still looking for 3,400. My bid is with Heritage Live now at 3,400. Do I see 36? 3,600 to advance. I'm going to say fair warning then at 3,400. I make it 3,400.
1745.
174 and 5. Beautiful $500 cold coin here. Lot 724.
12,000.
12,500 I have now. What about 13,000? I have it at the cut of 12,500. Jump in Heritage Live at 13,000. 13,000 is what I need to advance. I currently have it with my book bidder here to my right at 12,500 on the cut. I need 13,000. 13,000 to advance. I got the 13 now, 14 now. What about 14? What about 15,000? I have the 14,000 now. Do I see 15? I have 14,000 with my book bidder. Unless I see an advance at 15 or 14,005 on the cut, I'm going to say fair warning at 14,000. I'll make it 14,000.
Internet.
To the internet. Cynthia is elated at winning something at last. Now we go over to lot 725.
10,000.
I got 10,000 now. What about 11? 11,000 to advance here. My book bidder has it at 10. Do I see an advance with you? Heritage Live at 11,000. I do have 11 now, 12 now. What about 13? 30. I've got 12. I've got 12,500. That means my book bidder is at 12,775 on the cut. 13 now. That clears the book. Bummer, she says. I got 13,000 now. What about 14? 14,000. I have 13,000 with my Heritage Live bidder. I need 14,000 to advance. Cut bid at 13,500 if that helps at all. This will be your last chance to use your cut in this instance. It's at 13. Do I see 14? 14 now. Otherwise, I will say last call then at 13,000. I'll make that 13,000.
7201.
720 and 1. Lot 726.
You need 8750.
I need 8750 now. We're here to open us up. Open up this lot. Here it is. I've pressed that button at 8750. Get this party started. I've got 8750 now. What about 9,000 now? I need 9,000 to advance here. I have it on the cut with my Heritage Life better. I had it. Now it's at 9,000. 9,992.50 on the cut. What about 99.5? I've got now. What about 10? 10,000. I've got 97.50 on the cut. I'm still looking for 10,000. Now what about 10? Now, yes, I've got 10. Now 11. 11,000 to advance. 11 now. What about 12? All those cut bids. I've got 11,000 now. What about 12,000? 12. I have now 13. 13,000 now. Cut bid here. I was about to explain. Never mind. It's at 13 now. What about 14? 14. My Heritage iBidder has it at 13. I need 14,000 to advance. I'm going to say fair warning then at 13,000 unless I see an advance at 14,000 or 13,500 on the cut. I'll make that 13,000.
1847.
1847. Over to lot 727.
11,500.
I have 11,500 now. What about 12? 12 I have. What about 13? My book bidders had 12 now, 12 now, 12, 5 now. What about 13? I've got 13 now. What about 14? I have a bid at 13,000. I need 14,000 to advance. VF25 here. Pretty thing. 500 in gold coin. I've got 14 now. What about? I've got 15 now. What about 16? Press that button at 16 and let us keep going on the slot at 16,000. I have the 15 now. Do I see 16,000? I have 15 now. I need 16,000. I've got 16 now. 17. What about 18? I have the 17 now. Now I need 18. 18 to advance or a cut bid at 17,500. I'm going to say fair warning unless I see an advance at 18,000 or a cut bid at 17,500 now. I'll make that 17,000.
7426.
7426. A lot 728.
20,000.
I have 20,000 now. What about 22?
22.
22 I have now. 24. 24 now. What about? I have 22 now. What about 24? This is choice of VF EPQ, and obviously, you know, in today's market, the EPQs do deserve a premium. They've always deserved a premium, but it's only of late where people realize how absolutely rare, in some instances, the originality of the EPQ is. I've got the 26 now. What about 28?
27.
I've got the 27 on the cut now, 28,000. I've got the 28 now, 30. Go to 30,000 Heritage Live. I have the 28 now. What about 30,000 or 29,000 on the cut? I have the 28 now. Do I see an advance at 30,000? I will say fair warning then at 28,000 unless I see an advance at 30,000 for this coveted EPQ awarded choice VF 35 example. And there it is on the cut now, 29 now. Now I need 30. 30,000. I've got the 30 now. What about 32? Don't stop there. Bid 32,000 for this rare EPQ designated example. I have the 30. I need 32 now. 32 to advance. I will say fair warning at 30,000 unless I see an advance at 32,000 or a cut bid at 31. I'm going to say fair warning at 30,000. I'll make that 30,000.
7201.
7201. Lot 729.
10,000.
I have 10,000 now, 11. 11 I have 12 now. What about 13? I have 12,000 with my book bidder. I need 13,000 to it. I've got the 13 now, 14 now. What about 15? 14.5. That clears the book at 14 now, 15 now. What about 16? I've got 15 now with my Heritage iBidder. I need 16 now to advance. 16,000 is the number I need to advance. I have the 15 now, 16 now. I've got the 16. What about 17? I need 17 to advance here. Cut bid at 16.5 if that helps, Heritage Live. Otherwise, I will say fair warning then at 16,000. We'll make that 16,000.
7201.
7201. Over to lot 730.
10,000.
I have 10,000 now, 11. 11,000 to advance here.
11,000.
12.
I have 12 now with my book bidder. I need 13 from you, Heritage Live. Cynthia's book bidder has it at 12,000. I need 13,000 to advance, or a cut bid at 14 now, 13 now. What about 14? I've got the 14 now, 15. That clears the book at 15 now. What about 16? I need 16,000 or a cut bid at 15,500 now to advance. Otherwise, I will say fair warning at 15,000 unless I see an advance at 16 or a cut of 15.5. I'll make that 15,000.
7201.
7201. Lot 731. 8750 I have now. What about 9? I've got 9. What about 95? 95 I have now 10. I have 95 with 9750 on the cut. That cleared the book at 9750, just shy of 10. Not anymore. It's at 10 now. What about 11? 11,000 to advance. I have the 10 now with my Heritage Life, but I already need 11 to advance here. Or a cut at 10.5. I got the 10,500. Now I need 11. Go ahead and push that button at 11,000 Heritage Live. Why stop there? Make this yours tonight at 11,000. I need 11 now. 11 I've got now. What about 12? 12,000 to advance here. Otherwise, I will say fair warning then at 11,000 unless I see an advance at 12,000. I'll make that 11,000.
7201.
720 and 1. All right, lot 732.
89,000.
I need 9,000 to start me off now. I need 9,000 to get us started with this example. $500 gold coin again. I've got 9, looking for 95. VF 25 on this one. I've got the 92.50 on the cut now. What about 95? 95 now to advance. Got the 95 now. 10,000. I've got the 10 now. What about 11? Go ahead and bid 11 now. I've got the 10.5. I'll take that too. Now 11 I've got now. What about 12? 12 now to advance. I have 11,000. I need 12,000 Heritage Life to advance on this one.
11,005.
11.5 on the cut now. Still looking for 12. 12 I have. What about 13? 13. Otherwise, I will say fair warning at 12,000 unless I see an advance at 13,000 Heritage Live. I'll make that 12,000.
7221.
7221. Lot 733.
14,000.
Wow, what a pretty example. 1907, 1,000. What did you say, Cynthia?
14,000.
I got 14,000 now. What about 15? 15 now. What about 16? 16. I have now 17. I have 16 now with my book, but I've got the 16,500. I think I know what that means. It's a 16,755. I need 17,000. I've got the 7. That clears the book with the Heritage Live at 17,000. Now I need 18,000 for us to advance here. I have the 17,000 in my Heritage Live, but do I see 18,000 or a cut bid at 17,500? I have the cut bid at 17,500 now. Still looking for 18,000. 18,000 now. What about 18,000? I'm going to say fair warning then at 17,500 on the cut unless I see it advance at 18,000. We'll make that 17,500.
1754.
175 and 4. All right. Another very, very pretty example. Lot 734. $1,000 gold certificate with EPQ. As I said earlier, this just changes the game. Changes the game dramatically. There are no examples known for this type. What do we got, Cynthia?
You need 30,000.
I need 30,000 to start us off. I got the 30 now. What about 32? 32 is what I need to advance here. Heritage Live has it at 30,000. I need 32,000 to advance. It's got the 32 now or 34 now. What about 36? Choice very fine. 35, but that's not what makes it great. What makes it great is the originality, the EPQ designation it deserved. It's got 42 now. What about 44? 44 now to advance. I've got the 42 now, 44 now. What about 46? 46 to advance here, Heritage Live. Don't forget about your cut bids. I have a feeling there are still a few cut bids available here. Is it 44 now? What about 46? 46,000 is what I need to advance here. Otherwise, I will say fair warning. If I don't see an advance from Heritage Live, I've got the 45. 45 now, there's the first cut. I've got 45 on the cut now, 46. That takes us full increment now. What about 48? Push that button at 48. Keep us going. I make this yours. I've got 46 now. What about 48? 48 now here to advance, or a cut bid at 47. Otherwise, I will say fair warning at 46,000 unless I see an advance at 48,000 or a cut bid at 47. Last call. I'll make that 48 now. Don't stop there. Don't let them cut you out. Bid 50,000. Make it, there we go, at 49 with a cut. Now what about 50? Make it 50,000. 50,000 might just do the trick. It's got that round number effect of it. I've got 49,000. Do I see 50? Push that button at 50,000. Keep this going at 50,000. You never know. It might just be yours tonight at 50,000. Otherwise, I will say fair warning then on the cut at 49,000. And we'll make that 49,000.
1935.
1935, you said?
Yes.
I think that is my cut of the night, to be honest. What a splendid use of a cut. All right, lot 735.
21,000.
21,000 on the cut, looking for 22. 22,000 is what I need to advance here. My bid is with my book bidder 22 now. Now it's 24. What about 26? I have 24,000 in my book, but I need 26,000 here to advance. What a splendid looking note. I just love the design of the face. And then the colors just pop with these types. I've got the 24 now. What about 26,000? My book bidder is at 24,000. I need 26,000 to advance or a cut bid at 25.
25.
I have the 25, but that is a prior. You know exactly what that means. Clear the book at 26,000 Heritage Live, or try your luck at, or so I was about to say with the cut. This is the cut. You're going to have to bid 26,000 for us to advance on this lot. To clear the book at 26. I have it on the prior at 25 now. Do I see 26? Otherwise, I will say fair warning at 25,000 unless I see an advance. There we go. That clears the book at 26 now. What about 28? 28,000 here to advance. Otherwise, I got the 28 now. What about 30? 30. Push that button at 30,000 and let us advance at 30,000. I got the 30 now. What about 32? 32 now here to advance. I'm going to say fair warning at 30,000 unless I see an advance at 32 or a cut at 31. Last call at 30,000. I'll make that 30,000.
1936.
193 and 6. All right, lot 736. I've got 22 now. What about 22? I've got 22,000 now. What about 24,000? I've got my book bidder at 22,000. I need 24,000 from you, Heritage Live, to advance. I'm going to say fair warning then at 22,000 with my book bidder. There we go. That clears the book at 23 on the cut. Still looking for 24. Excuse me. I have the 23 on the cut, looking for 24. I need 24 to advance, Heritage Live. Last call, VF30. Beautiful coloring. It's at 23 now, 24. Last call then at 23,000 on the cut. I'll make that 23,000.
7221.
7221. Lot 737, 64 PPQ on this $10,000 note, which I just find it's the only note, Dustin, that has been demonetized by the Fed, right? And there's some story behind arson and it going missing. Isn't that the story or something to that effect? While the building was burning. Well, maybe not quite arson, but you know what I meant. I was trying to paint a picture of how dramatic it was. Can you imagine people just flailing these $10,000 bills out the window? You kind of want there to be arson involved. But anyway, lot 737. Save the money situation. I mean, even that. What a sentence. Save the money. Don't mind the kids, just the money. We got 8,000 now. What about 8,500? 8,500 to advance. My bid is at 8,000 with my book bidder. I need 8,500 from you, Heritage Live, to advance, or a cut bid at 8,250. Otherwise, I will say fair warning then at 8,000. I'll make that 8,000. To the book. All right, lot 738. Choice uncirculated PMG 64. What we got?
4,700.
4,700 on the cut, looking for 48. 48 I have now. What about 5? 5,000 to advance. I had the 5. Now what about 55? 5,500 here to advance. I got the 50 now. 6,000. I have the 6 now. What about 65? 65 to advance. I have 6,000 in my Heritage Live bidder. I need 65 to advance, or a cut bid at 62.50. Otherwise, I will say fair warning at 6,000. I'll make that 6,000.
7171.
7171. All right, the last note of the evening, and therefore sadly, the last note of the sale. Choice uncirculated 63, lot 739. 31 on the cut I have now. What about 32? 33 I have again on the cut now. What about 34? 34 to advance here. My bid is at 3,300 on the cut. I need 34 to advance. I got the 34 now. What about 36? 36 now. What about 38? 38 now. What about, I've got the 37 now. What about 38? I have it on the cut at 37 now. What about 38? Heritage Live jumping at 4,000 now. I have 38 now. 4,000. 4,000 to advance, or a cut bid at 39. But your last chance for this evening to obtain this example with a great story. What about 4,000? Just don't repeat my story because it's not true. I got 4,000 now. What about 42? What about 44 now? I have it at 4,200. My Heritage Live better. Do I see 4,400? I'm going to say fair warning then at 4,200.
43.
I've got 43 on the cut now. I must say we've been really good with all the cut bids during this sale, haven't we? I'm really pleased by that. It's a cut bid at 43. I was about to say, can't we just go out on a cut bid? But we have a full increment of 44 now. What about 46? 46 will try your luck on a 45 cut bid. I have the 44 now. What about 4,600? I'm going to say for fair warning then at 4,400.
46.
I've got 46 now. What about 48? Press that button at 48, Herod's Life. Keep going at 4,800 or a cut bid at 47. Otherwise, I will say fair warning at 4,600. 47 on the cut now. What about 48? Still looking for 48. 4,800 to advance. Last call at 47 on the cut.
48.
48 now, 5. Take advantage of this last increment of $200 before we go up to 5. I have 48. Do I see 5? 5 to advance. Last call then at 4,800.
5.
5 I have now. What about 55? 55 to advance. Last call at 5,000. I'll make that 5,000.
1722.
1722. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our 35.95 Central States sale. Thank you so much for all your participation, and congratulations on all the winning bidders. I implore you to go have a look again at our post-auction buys, see if there's anything in there that tickles your fancy. Don't let them slide away. They're there and ready to buy. It takes no time at all to go and figure out what you want. I also want to say that we have our world currency sale in Hong Kong coming up in June. We're just about finished cataloging and busy with the marketing stuff on that. Our next US sale is going to be in September, and that's going to be a Long Beach sale, and we're already taking consignments for that. In fact, we've already got quite a bit loaded already for that sale. The fun never stops. It keeps churning. Then lastly, weekly sales, which is lies very near and dear to my heart. Every Tuesday at 7 o'clock Central Time. Always lots of fun stuff, goodies to go and be had, and that happens every Tuesday. There's a lot to be said about us keeping it going and keeping everybody happy with just the selection of stuff that we have to offer. I'm going to also want to say thank you to everybody here in the room for helping. We wouldn't have been able to make this a success without you. Have a great evening. Thank you so much once again, and good night.